We wait a little bit more. And we're good. Alrighty, so we're a minute or two early, but you know what? Here we are. Greetings, everyone. I am Dr. J, and welcome to another Variety Night. A little earlier than I said we were going to be, but sadly I'm not allowed to be very minute with the details on it. And to be fair, not as if I need to be very minute with the details most of the time. So, we reached a good stopping point, at least for now, within Battlezone, which is the game I've been playing during this time slot. And we'll have another campaign on that going next, well, probably next week, probably, well, if not then definitely continuing on later. But my thought was, you know what? I can actually be a little more relaxed going into August. So my thought was, you know what? Let's kick back with the Variety Night. Let's touch base on how things are going, and you know what? As part of that, our first game on the chopping block is a game that I first streamed a very long time ago, around the end of January, if memory serves, is when this game released. So, my thought with this was, you know what? I've beat the game a very long time ago, and spent a lot of time with it getting to that point, recording it all as a Let's Play, and I only just finished going through all of the nonsense required to unlock all the support conversations and take a look at them, so I figured, you know what? Another place to touch base before I... Yep, Xenoblade Talk later, Gilgamesh, we'll get to that. So I figured for Engage, the best place to touch base would be to play around within maddening mode. I'm going to be recording them and doing sort of a play-by-play / highlights for the maddening mode run, but I figured, you know what? Here we are. Let us see what we can do as far as maddening mode, because it hasn't been that challenging yet, but it has definitely been more challenging, so I'll be very curious to see how this goes compared to when I last streamed this. Although, to be fair, I think the stream where I played this battle is unlisted, so good luck finding it. Alright, so I've already set my arrangement, and a few of these characters will end up being taken into the final bout, but, well, we'll see how that goes. And, yeah, should be good. So, since that I'm going to be eventually showing this off as a Let's Play, I'm going to be largely ignoring off-topic chat for this game, so I'll go ahead and make a comment to that effect. Alright, so pin message. Alright, so... Oops. And then I immediately unpin it. I am amazing at my job. So, we'll go ahead and see to that off-topic chat real quick. Then we'll talk later. Yep, my cat is here. And so is mine. You want something, Elder Statesman, before I get started with the video games? I don't know if you could hear that. I want to see how this goes. As do I, Lou. Maddening mode hasn't driven me to insanity quite yet, but I'll be very curious. Although it looks like my Elder Statesman wants some, so I hate to leave right as I'm starting, but actually, I know how to do this. I'm gonna hit the button and let the talking commence, and I'll go see to my little dude real quick.
It's pitch black out here. How can we fight them if we can't even see them?
Don't worry, Divine One. That's what I'm here for.
Alright, I'm back. I was able to see to it swiftly this time.
My eyesight's so sharp, I can spot baddies even when it's dark or foggy. Till you get your hands on a torch at least. Then you'll see as well as I can. There he is. Let's take him by surprise.
Good idea.
Please, take me to the Divine Dragon.
This looks pretty pricey. This'll net me a nice lump of gold. The boss doesn't need to know about it.
Oh dear. You can't even hear me, can you?
I hear her. That's the voice from before.
That's definitely an emblem ring. Yunaka, will you help me get it back?
Of course, you weirdo. That's why we're here.
Right. Well, thank you. You know, now that I hear her, your impression was incredibly accurate.
Stop. You're gonna make me blush.
Alright, now that the proceedings are out of the way, let's have some fun. Okay, so Let's go ahead and lead off with what I know is a relatively straightforward moment, especially since I kept Marth with a leer, so...
So where did you come from?
The janitor's closet. The animations in this game are nice. I've been having them shut off in order to get through the support conversations, so it's nice to see him again. And have reason to see them, more to the point. I'm not sure gravity made sense for that one. Well, physics anyway.
My treasure!
There we go.
We got the ring! Heal us, Emblem of Dawn!
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like audio balance is good. Good shape there. I'm gonna skip over all this, but it's good for me to look back on this before I start critiquing the game on the review channel.
I am Emblem Micaiah. I sense the future shifting. Now victory lies ahead.
Ah, so it is the ring of the Dawn Maiden. Yunaka, I entrust this ring to you.
Me? But I...
She belongs with you. All I ask is that in return, you help us defeat these bandits. Will you join with Emblem Micaiah?
Yeah, okay. I won't let you down.
Off we go then. Alright, so that's that turn, scene 2. It looks like there isn't anything more that can come from this direction unless there are bandits behind us. And actually, nope, no one can approach from behind us then unless there's someone tucked away back there. Fortunately, the only person who's... and that's a hammer too, so Louis is definitely not the person I want to send up that way. Let me think. So there are 2 thickets here? Yes. Okay, cool. So... I think what we'll do then... Let's see, what's your range? Alright, we'll do this. So you... you don't... Actually, go ahead and equip Surge, since that he'll be getting in melee range. Go ahead and wait. And then we'll let Fran get a little experience by hitting Chain Guard.
Your orders, please.
What's next?
Actually, since that you've got... Since that I didn't mess with any of the emblems. Ooh, Javelin? Javelin. Get up! Even landed the blow, nice. Although, see anyone coming from that direction. What's your effective range? Okay, so you will take a swing at Boucheron. I'd probably prefer Vander take the hit if he can, although it looks like I'd have to be a bit more aggressive in my positioning for him. That might be a bit too risky at this stage.
We fight for peace.
Although, you know what, it would be funny if I had to use Divine Pulse almost immediately. And may as well. Soften him up some more. Or not. Vander, you're useless. Said literally everyone to ever exist ever in this game.
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Alright, bring everybody else closer. Alright, that should suffice. Alright, let's see what they have in store for us.
Looks like we got us some uninvited guests. Snuff the lights, you lot!
You got it!
Gonna have to steal some torches from people, huh? Alright, as expected, you're going for Vander and are able to manhandle him pretty easily. Oh crap, magic? Oh great, they already have thunder. Yeah, this is why I shouldn't have moved Vander up so far. A longbow? Huh. That I wasn't expecting. Let's see, who can I send that would be able to get in close? Well, luckily... Huh. The one person who got Chain Guard was the one person who didn't need it, apparently. There's a reason why Salene's gonna be joining my final team. Wait, what? There's a second?
Stay back!
Ah, that's why. Alright, that's... Alright, good thing I had Chain Guard. Oh hey, Fram even gets a bit of experience for her trouble. Excellent. Oh geez, there's a lot of people behind us then. Okay, we may have spread too
Looks like
thin.
our cover's blown. They're snuffing the torches. Don't Don't sweat it. We can relight them as we go.
No pressure then. Okay, so we've got an archer. Oh, let's see. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Let's see. The archer is going to pose a problem, especially with it being a longbow. Do you have a javelin? Yes, you do. How much damage can you do? Alright, you can almost take that one out, but since you don't have Sigurd, we can't follow up easily. Not unless we can get Etier that longbow. Let me think. How much damage can you do with a strike? Basically none, as expected. Still early game. Still very much early game. You don't have a vulnerary. I might have to restart. Hopefully not. We'll see. How much damage can you do to these guys? Alright, if you use fire, substantial, but I don't know how much. I don't know how many risks I want to take just yet. Well, for now, let's see. Let's start by softening them up. Really should have paid more attention to inventory before starting this one. I may have a severe lack of vulneraries at my beck and call. Let's see. Since there's a mage right there. Well, let's do what I know needs to be done first.
I fight another day.
Oh wait, I need to be careful when humming. I don't know if it'll actually be on time. I need to check at some point. Alright, if you want to hit anything, you'll probably need to... Ooh, compact axe is great. Nice. Okay, so... here's what I'll do. Boucheron, go ahead and lead with the compact axe. That gets you a decent amount of damage laid in. Can you move all the way back? I don't know. You do have Sigurd, so I can get away with putting you there. Although, actually, no. Keep yourself there, actually. And then Louis. Yep, that javelin will kill.
Let me help!
Excellent.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Alright, a level up. Even better. Alright, that lets us have a longbow for Etier when we get a chance. Now, we've got that archer over there that's gonna pose a problem.
Yunaka, let me show you how to use staves.
Heck. It's holding something while messing with that. Okay, so. How much damage can you do with just your dagger? Oh wait, that's a melee weapon. Oh right, you have the melee dagger, so actually Yunaka can just harass you until the cows come home then. Not a bad idea, honestly. That's probably, well, I know that's what they designed it to be, so here we go. Ah, there we are.
I'll do my best.
Okay, so Alir should be able to handily deal with these guys. Well, handily enough, apparently. Yeah, I think we engage here.
Lend me your strength.
I don't think it's worth using Lodestar Rush, but is it worth using... Well, let me think. It does at least get us a little bit of health back. I think we can save Lodestar Rush in case anything more dangerous shows up. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be an unexpected crit. When I was doing chapter, I think it was 3, I ended up in a situation where I got something crazy like 2 back-to-back crits at 2%. I still don't know to this day how that happened. Okay, so if you've got Thunder... this is gonna be rough if I'm not careful. Let's see. I think what we do is this. Saline, you should be able to handle that archer no problem. Or at least no problem enough for a first round. But here's what we'll do.
Adieu.
You take out that swordsman. Or the woman, I guess. That way we can have Alfred help reinforce the front so that we don't expose Jean or Etier to any potential problems later down the line. Now we just gotta hope there aren't any archers on this side. Although, to be fair, I can move Fram over if I... Actually, moving Fram over isn't the worst idea. For now. That's your best hit rate? Don't miss. Thank you.
This is the mission of the stewards.
It hurts my soul a little Ooh, actually, excellent. Yeah, I don't need that in the combo right now, so that'll be fine. No, there's potential for more shenanigans. You stay there. Is it worth Fran potentially getting shot at to heal Chloe? Decently high resistance. How do you compare it to... You have more resistance than Chloe? Oh yeah, you're fine then. And if the enemy has archers, we've already got bigger problems. So let's go with this.
Thank you.
Excellent. Audio balance good, chat? Looks like you're having fun with your conversation. Going for Alfred, huh? Unsurprising. That's probably where you can get the most damage. Hopefully it won't be too much of a problem with him being so close to the front. Alright, you'll be able to knock him down the rest of the way next round. Although you are definitely hurting from that. Alright, so you lash out. Land the strike as expected. Lear gets a little bit of bit back as a result of Marth's ability.
What the heck?
Oh wow, really? That was a 42%! How dare you! You scum! You're gonna die for that. Yeah, well. Still, to my surprise, we didn't get attacked by anyone else. So here's what we'll do to start with. Steal the longbow from Louis, since he's not going to be able to use it. And then use that as a chance to lash out at this guy. Set it up so that either Louis or Boucheron can get a kill. Let's see. I'm trying to remember how much is over this way. Problem is that depending on how many archers there are in this direction... Actually, easy solution. You go into here and hit the torch button. What are we up against? Oh. That's gonna suck. What can I afford getting hit by? Let's see, that thief can't... So, if I send Fram out to heal Vander... It's of 6 versus 4. What has the... Oh, from the bond ring you've got. Okay, so you stand the best chance of surviving this thief. It's a melee thief, too. Actually, if it's a melee thief, I can body block it. Okay. Then in that case, here's what we do. Chloe, finish this guy off, since you can.
A right and proper end.
There we go. Then Fram... Actually, would be better. Well, actually, if I'm body blocking without...
Is it my turn?
Oh, actually, body blocking with... Well, actually, body blocking, good idea. Let's see, that's a beat... Let's see, that's a barrier. Well, that's impassable terrain. So... Do I trust that Fram will be able to survive? Let's take the risk.
I thank you.
There we go. Alright, and then... Since that I... Actually, why am I fretting over this? I can heal Saline later. Heal Alfred first so that he can tank that hit.
Thanks.
I don't have a way of getting rid of the poison status
For
effect.
you, anything.
But I think this will work. And then for
Don't
now...
fear for me.
Wait.
Emblem engage.
Okay, no, that's excessive. Why did they put the engage button right before the attack button?
I will not forget your loss.
There we go. Nice and easy. Now...
I'm taking some hits.
I do want Louis for my team later, but the thing is, Boucheron is less useful than Louis, so...
That was good training.
Actually, if I wanted to be super optimal, I should have moved Louis first. Ah, well. Louis, move up. If I want to be super optimal, I would have given Louis Sigurd, but never mind me. Now... No, I need to be efficient with how I deal with that, since it's only those two right there. Yunaka, deal the killing blow.
Was that too much?
No.
Here until the end.
And I've gotten too used to... Oh, geez, that's a lot of damage. I might have to Lodestar Rush this. Actually, yeah, if I don't well, I either have to Lodestar Rush this or Vulnerary. I can get an outright kill with Lodestar Rush. What's the movement range on this guy? 5. Okay, so he can't reach us yet, and we'll have the advantage of the thicket. Okay, here's what we do then. Alir, go ahead and Lodestar Rush to knock this guy out. Keep things nice and simple.
Fate has brought us here. Not afford to lose.
There we go. Take that one out swiftly. Now, let's see if I made a mistake. Yep, I made a grievous miscalculation. Wait, not necessarily. Whoa! Go Alfred! That was a 34%! Nice! Alright, Vander takes the hit. Wow. That was unlucky for me. At least I got back in kind. Now what are we looking at here? Okay, sending Alfred out there ended up being a really smart move. Excellent. Alright, and then there's... Oh geez, yeah, I'm gonna have to be super defensive over here. Luckily, let's see, Iron Axe and Iron Sword, so no ranged weapons. So Yunaka can continue to run roughshod, thankfully. Okay. Actually. You know what? Alir can take the first hit, so let's lead by doing this, so that we can knock it out without taking any damage. There we go. And then, keep the rapier equipped. Slightly better than Liberation right now.
This is it!
There we go.
I live to fight again.
Down you go. Now, let's see to the main bout. Okay, so Saline can't reach anything yet, but just unless I want to use... Actually, Warp Ragnarok to assist over here might not be the worst option. Although, she's not in a position to take advantage of it really yet, so we won't worry about that just yet. For now, let's bring everybody down this way. And since you have the longbow, you can start harassing people more effectively now. Oh wow, that hit rate. Okay. Yeah, 54% versus that, so yeah. Go over this way. Okay, I guess I deserve that for hitting the 34% earlier. Now, I'm assuming Louis will have no better luck? Oh, even worse luck. Okay, who stands the best chance then? Fram? Well, okay, I know who stands the best chance. It's Saline, with magic. The problem is, well, magic is gonna be in a little bit of a short supply. For obvious reasons.
Fight.
If I were smart, maybe I would have brought Clan into play. Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll have you hand axe, and take a pot shot at this guy. Oh, lovely. Please tell me that one... Okay, that one has card 2, which means I don't have to worry as much there either. Can I at least kill this dude? Please? Please, please, please? I like winning. Wow! I hope the enemy randomly crits and kills a unit.
We'll get through this.
Who died and turned you into Lou? Oh, lovely. I can't even send Alfred into the fray. Especially since I don't have physic yet. Okay, you can survive the hit, but you won't, well... Ooh! If I'm willing to have Fram heal Chloe, that's not a bad move. Yeah, let's go for it. Maybe I'll be lucky and not even need it. 80% and you missed it! Oh, Karma, why are you such a bitch?
I'm back in action.
Alright, so Saline's gonna be an important one to deal with these thieves. Well, the dagger users.
Thank you.
Who said it was never not like Lou? I didn't think you were that bloodthirsty, come on. I know you guys like to watch me in pain, but... Oh, shoot. Alright, so Louis takes the kill. I'm okay with that. Really? What the hell? 85%! What are you doing, Louis? Wait, did you just hit a 49%? What the hell is this game right now? I am getting the strangest luck out of this game. Hang on, what was that hit rate? Vander, explain. 47. What? This game confounds me. This game greatly confounds me. Alright, so, Etier. You can kill with a longbow, but not... You know what, I'm not gonna complain. Let's see.
My will is firm.
Problem is that Vander's badly banged up, so I think he's gotta stay back. Not that I really need him. Ooh, actually, he can assist here. No, that's a bit of a risk. We don't know what's in that corner. So I think what we'll do then is we'll have you sit over here and just stand around being useless.
We fight for peace.
And then Etier, go over here. Draw your longbow, and you strike... which one of these? You know what I'm gonna miss anyway, watch. I'm bloodthirsty, just not as much as Lou. I need this to end in a chat victory. What would a chat victory look like, exactly? And we'll take the shot at this guy, actually. Because if I can take out the two in front, I can claim the thicket for myself.
Looks like I broke him.
At least something's broken. That isn't my brain. Alright, Saline gets the guaranteed hit because magic. Actually, maybe I should have had you go with Surge. He is a 100%, I am 50%? Okay, fair enough. Okay, and then... That's a decent hit rate. Watch, he's gonna miss.
Here goes!
Nope, that was a... At the moment I saw the wind-up, I knew that was a hit animation. Alrighty. Actually, wait, doesn't... Actually, yeah, I will have to worry about building up supports to make things a little easier long-term, won't I?
I feel wonderful.
There we go. Alright. Let's see, Chloe doesn't get any benefits from sitting in the thicket, so I think what we'll do then is we'll let her... You take this guy out? You cannot. Okay, in that case, we're going to just have you sit here, I think. Unless you can get a kill from stealing Rider's Bane, which I doubt. Actually, I'm curious, can you get a kill from Rider's Bane? Yes, but if you miss, you get doubled. Wait a minute, you can just kill with the Iron Lance. What am I doing?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. A chat victory is you lose the game and Cheeto turns off the PC or unplugs the cords. Luckily, he doesn't chew cables, and both the little dudes are outside. Alright, so the poison effect will take effect, but... Yes, I am the redundancy commenter of redundancy. Yeah, Boucheron can use a vulnerary.
I am saved.
I think he has a vulnerary ready. Either way. Yeah, use the vulnerary. Alright, now... Since Alir's gonna be a deploy and Yunaka won't be for later battles... Oh yeah, I need to remember about Great Sacrifice if necessary. Which, I guess we'll see if it ends up being necessary.
I'm guided by the emblems.
I've gotten way too used to Alir's male voice actor. Alright. And dead. Excellent. You are good early game, though you're not gonna last past chapter 11. Nice! Just as we had hoped. They can keep that going in perpetuity at this point. Alright, Yunaka, lead the charge. The poison effect down. All I'm learning from looking at chat is that everybody likes watching me die. There we go. Oh, you've almost... Wow, you've got Marth back up? Nice. Okay. Now, Vander has the torch, right? Let's see. Can I reach... Actually, wait. Wow, I can't reach there quite yet? Okay, how do I want to play this then? I think Alfred and Louis stand the best chance of moving up and being safe-ish. Let's see, you have the torch. Alright, here's what I'll do. Vander, go over here, but use the vulnerary. Okay, so there's nothing in that direction yet, so we're probably safe to step up. Here's what we'll do. We'll take the risk of Louis getting blasted by magic, have him step up closer, then Alfred can take this corner, also equipping a javelin in case an archer or something comes out, which it shouldn't at this point, but still. Although if I care about that... Jean, fix it.
Hey, thanks.
You said it, Jay, not us. I'm not hearing a denial, Lou.
I'm ready for more.
At least the music's good. Oh yeah, I've got Obstruct if I need it.
What a joyous feeling.
That's gonna be lovely if I can set it up properly. Actually, I may as well have Etienne move this direction. Vander, huh? Oh crap! That was almost deadly. Okay, unfortunately, you can't use your staff from range unless I have trigger Emblem Micaiah.
Yes, here.
Alright, here's what we do. Iron Axe to... well... Yeah, Iron Axe. Don't mess around with this. Not when Etienne almost got this damn close to just croaking immediately. No, do not play games. Do not play games. I mean, I'm playing a game, but you get my point. Alright, broken. I want to see him fight Matador in Shin Megami Tensei 3 blind. I'm assuming that's what you mean by SMT. Given it's Gilgamesh talking, but still. Alright. You know what? Salin's gonna be a member of the final squad. Take him down. Get some experience for yourself. Probably front-loading a little too much experience on the people I'll end up using later, but still. Although, ooh, it's an option actually. Yep, that'll work. And since you've got Sigurd, you can back away after this. Whoa! Cool. I'll take that. I will gladly take that. Alright, stab.
Oh no!
I just realized how much damage he did. This might have been a mistake. John, make up for my mistake. Actually, no, Fram, make up for my mistake.
I'm back in action.
Okay, do you have the ability to kill? Yes. Thankfully, you cannot miss. Not this time, anyway.
It's tea time!
Oh, look at unnecessary crits! What?
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Okay, this battle has everything. Misses that shouldn't have happened, hits that shouldn't have happened, crits that are wholly unnecessary. The one crit in this game, wholly unnecessary. In this battle, anyway. Actually, let's have... well, yeah, Yunaka's got pretty good dodge. We can have her move... oh, jeez! Alright, what's... I think it'll be... well... actually, I don't think it'll be okay. Damn. Okay. We'll see if they get baited into moving as a result of being closer in vision.
Thanks for that.
That'll be the real question. Wow, really? Just 1 HP? Okay, yep, you're definitely getting put on the bench in favor of Fram. Huh. You're only gonna move when triggered, huh? Okay, in that case, I want to trigger you with somebody else. Someone who can take the hit. Like Louis, for instance. He's a big, strong guy. He'll be alright. He's not quite Boucheron level of strong, but... actually, who has better defense? Really? That's kind of a surprise. Okay. If memory serves, there's shenanigans over this way. So here's what I'll do. Vander, go over this way and reapply your torch. As I suspected. Ah, great, the enemy boss. And he's in hand axe range. I might need to hit the Divine Pulse button. Oh god. Good thing I did that before I moved Chloe, because she was about to get a face full of arrows. That could have been really bad, oh god.
It's
Although,
just
to
a
be fair,
scratch.
even with this, Vander might be toast. Actually, what if I use somebody else to buy... Well, actually, Boucheron has less defense. If I... Oh, actually, hang on. 40 HP versus 30. I think what we'll do, we'll see what the AI values. This will be a good test of the AI. What do they value more? Hitting, well, dealing damage, but taking it in response? Or do they value just getting damage down? Unfortunately, I can't use Chain Guard right now. Oh, wait a minute, I'm being a moron.
I'm getting hungry.
Really? Alright, since I don't have time to heal everyone. Let's see, you have Warp Ragnarok, so... Actually, I don't really care about that fight source anymore. You just step up. Then you go ahead and use your... Vulnerary. Alright, so... With those guys getting triggered, we should be okay. Now, let's let it play out. Really? You're not attacking? That's a surprise. Now that we know we're there. Okay, so we want to move Vander back this way so that only the thief gets triggered. Well, only the archer gets triggered. Let me rephrase. And then you two can move up to deal with any stragglers. Now. So Vander can move, well, as long as somebody is in range over here, it should be fine. So I think Louis makes the most sense since he's a big boy. Alright, Louis, lead us up. Hey, Tal'Darim, how you doing? I'm starting to sense a pattern with how I take these guys out.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Excellent. This is managing difficulty, right? I mean, the RNG has been bullshit enough to qualify, but I've been wondering about the rest of it. Definitely wondering about the rest of it at this point. Alright, don't miss the 95. Thank you. And that means Boucheron can run up and take a swing. And I feel like I can risk the Iron Axe. Looked like he almost didn't hit for a second with how that camera angle turned out. Alright, then...
Let me at him.
Etier can deal the strike. Take him down.
I can still do more.
Alrighty. So far, so good. Now I just need to withdraw Vander a little... Oh, wait, that's blocking that. Alright, then withdraw fully. Good thing I didn't have anybody else move up. That could have been real bad. Why do I keep going country? Or whatever the hell this accent is. This is what happens when I drink while trying to play Fire Emblem, right? Okay, he's made a move. Okay, so, how dangerous are you? Let's see, you're armed with a singular hand axe, so not the most dangerous weapon for our purposes. Or, oh my god. Or that. Okay, Louis, you are now the body blocking champion of the universe. You'll get, oh wait, you'll get doubled. And, oh my, what? I might be in trouble, guys. How much damage will he do to Saline? All the damage! Oh god! I might be in trouble. Okay, so Vander is literally the only one who can stand in melee range and not immediately get pulverized. That's a thing, I guess. Okay. How do I want to play this? Okay, here's what we do then. Well, step one, we need to figure out how we want to kill this archer.
Whatever
So
you ask.
who can withstand at least to attack once? Okay, you literally don't do any damage? Okay, so you're just going to... Well, can you at least take a hit? You can take one. Okay, so I'm just trying to map out what makes the most sense as far as logistics. So here's what we do then. Blow A. Soften that guy up. And then we can have Boucheron just knock him out the rest of the way. Or Louis, I suppose. And we'll have Louis do it. Keep feeding them experience.
So your tale ends.
There we go. Now, Vander can take a hit or two. Although, if he equips the hand axe, not. Okay. I'm definitely gonna need a Lear over here. So let's lead with this.
A little late to be saving the day. We killed off the villagers ages ago.
Alright, as expected. Let's see, I know there's another axe swinger over this way. So, and he might trigger if I get Yunaka a little too close, but I'm not overly concerned about that at this point. My primary objective right now is just to survive long enough to where I can bring other people to bear.
Please grant me your strength.
So, Etier can shoot with the longbow, and Saline has Warp Ragnarok, which, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Okay, how much damage can Etier get with the longbow? It's chip damage, but it's only chip damage, but it is still chip damage. If it actually hits. Wait a minute, did I just... No, I did not ruin my plan. Okay. Trigger this. Warp Ragnarok to get guaranteed damage with 0 counterattack.
Grant me strength.
Excellent. Then Fram will use Chain Guard so that if the enemy is silly enough to gun for, well, Saline, they take a face full of magic for it, and Saline doesn't die. We're just gonna abuse Chain Guard in order to get through this. As expected, going for Saline. Oh, didn't even need the Chain Guard. Excellent.
I want to help you.
Let me help you by throwing fire in your face. Yes, this is helping. Ah, shoot, we baited out more. We might have to just straight up kill you then, swiftly.
I still stand.
Luckily, Yunaka has great sacrifice if we need it. What kind of damage can you get? Alright, so Echo's out of the question. What kind of damage can you get with normal fire? I don't know, you'll be killed even if you're at full HP. Alright, we're gonna be reliant on cheese then. Okay, step 1. Chip damage that actually lands. Excellent. Vander, fall back. We're gonna end up using Great Sacrifice, so I'm just gonna... Actually, remind me, how much damage will Louis take from a strike? 18. Okay. In that case, here's what we do. Vander, fall back. It's not as much damage as Vander would deal, but it's slightly more guaranteed, and you're going to be more useful later down the line. Memory serves. Can you do some damage? No. Not without dying. Okay, so that's 2 people who can deal some damage, as long as they don't mind getting murdered. Okay, then. No, I want him to gun for Saline, so no one else get in range. Meanwhile, Bram, Chain Guard. Meanwhile, let's see.
Emblem, engage!
I'm doing alright, Delta Ray Studios. You doing good? Alright, Alir's not gonna get close enough to the main bandits, so go ahead and just load Star Rush.
Cannot afford to lose.
Alright, that gets you neatly out of the way. That way, Alfred can get up in this guy's face, as can Boucheron. You take a bunch of damage for it, but it's survivable damage. Especially after I hit the Great Sacrifice button. Excellent, I can even be safe with the Compact Axe.
I did it!
Yes, you did. Why did I give you Sigurd anyway? That a holdover from when I was playing a different map? Probably. Alright, meanwhile...
Quick change!
With my magic, you may illuminate even the darkest of places.
Yeah. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for this.
By any means necessary.
I just realized I put you in a position where Jean won't be able to heal you. Ah, well. Not like I'm gonna be using Jean as a main healer anyway. Alright. That should be the end of this turn. Now. As expected, you're going for Saline. Also as expected, Chain Gang. At this point, I just have to maintain. Or I need to weaken you enough with other units so that Saline can deal the final strike, which I think I can do actually looking at this. Alright, lay into him. Wow, really? Well, that delays how quickly I can end this. How much damage could you do, Yunaka? So you do have the dagger, but you die for it. And I probably don't have enough healing juice to get you up to par either. Vander, how good are you with the hand axe? Oh wait a minute, he'll double if you hand axe. But that does get you into kill range for Saline. Let's take the risk. Never mind all the 70% that have been missing this round, I think I can get away with it. And you know what? We'll give Fram a chance to heal real quick just to keep building up her experience.
Cheers!
Hey, level up! Oh, nice! And now we end it. There we go.
You think this is justice, huh?
Alrighty. Yep, you did kill the big bad, so yep, you absolutely deserve that MVP. Alrighty. That'll do as far as this game is concerned. So I'll go ahead and see to the remaining cringe for that, story-wise, later. So, that's that game. Now I just gotta... So now I can unpin that comment that I put up, and I can see to what all chat was up to. Then we can move on to the next game. Alrighty. Anyone here play Pikmin? I think you mentioned... Well, I believe you recommended it that I play it a while back. I think yesterday, actually. I'll need to see if I can ever find time. I don't know if... Well, problem is there's a lot that I have to worry about, and that's part of what we'll be discussing tonight as well. So, see how that goes. And then, what else is chat up to? Okay, continuing to talk about Pikmin, saying which one's the easiest and hardest. Time to try. I'm not sure what that is, Lou. See. And then talking about how everybody's bloodthirsty for my, well, eager for my inevitable demise. See, Jay should play SMT games or Heart on Hearts. We can see it suffer. Yep. Something touching on what happened before. Let's go ahead and see to the rest of this comment. SMT is a hard turn-based RPG. You miss once, you die. Sounds about right. From what I've seen, FE engaged dialogue is nowhere near as bad as Star Ocean 4. That makes me wince, and I have high cringe tolerance. Well, the voice acting is fine. The delivery is a little wonky for my taste, but the voice acting is fine. The problem is that it's just substanceless, at least in my eyes. And then, let's see, what else is chat up to? And then telling Lou to go do something. Oh yeah, to demonstrate just how terrible old voice acting used to be. Yeah, it used to be terrible. And there's still a lot of stuff that can be terrible, to be fair. Alrighty, so that is that. Now, next on the docket, let me pull up my Steam account real quick, because we'll be switching over to Game Capture instead of Switch. Okay. Now I need to turn on desktop audio. I might need to do some readjustment on this. Yep, Xenoblade Talk, I will be in Discord in a moment. Just allow me the opportunity to set the scene for anyone who is unfamiliar with the proceedings, Gilgamesh, and then we'll be right in. So, for those of you who have never watched any of my review channel, every 6 months I like to do an update stream there, since that I post there once every month or 3. Well, that's usually how it ends up turning out, because I'll spend 1 or 2 hours a day working on video stuff outside of the live streams. But what I find is that because of the pace I work at, and just to make sure I've got games that I've played and all that fun stuff, it can take a while for me to actually, well, sit down and have something ready. So what I typically do in times like this is I pull out this game, Torchlight 2. It is a staple that I use whenever, well, for the review channel, whenever I'm doing an update stream, and I want to just talk about how things are going. So let me go ahead and hit the escape button so I don't get attacked mid-stream, because this will make things very fun for you, Lou. This is a hardcore character. I die once and I've lost hours of progress. All of this has been, almost all of it has been live streamed either here or on the review channel as part of update streams or variety nights. So that'll be the fun part for you guys, hopefully, as far as gameplay. So that's something to expect from there. Hopefully the audio balance is good. It looks like it's fine. And it looks like it's properly set up so that we can have conversations as well. So let's get into that conversation. The reason I give you all of this context is because there actually is something worth discussing as of late. Because there is a degree to which now that, well, it's honestly been a really busy couple of months for me. Between moving to a new place, I should not have stood there, between moving to a new place and trying to get the Advanced Wars video done in a hurry for the review channel, and then on top of that, as soon as I'm done, I realize, psych, the Baldur's Gate 3 release is being moved up 4 weeks. You've got what you thought was 2 months in order to get a video ready for that is now shortened to 1. You're not done scrambling. And thankfully now I have the second full draft as of right now, which means I have a little more wiggle room since that I'm ahead of schedule. But still, because of that, I'm moving into a point where I can be far more relaxed in my dealings as a result. No, you didn't do anything, Lou. I was just saying that you'll be happy if this character dies because it'll mean I've lost hours of progress. Because this is a character where if I die once, I can never use it again. Putting that aside, what else is there? Where was my train of thought? Oh yeah, this is part of the reason why I'm rambling right now. So, since that we've got a chance to talk about what exactly to expect, there have been rumblings as to when I would play Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And with good reason. For whatever reason, the Xenoblade Chronicles 2, well, when I streamed the first Xenoblade Chronicles a while back, it seemed to be well received, at least for the few that watched it. And honestly, if I'm not entirely sure where that came from. I know that there are a couple of regulars who arrived as a result of those streams, or at least showed up around the time that I was playing that. And for whatever reason, you guys have stuck around, and I am very much grateful for that. Although, the first Xenoblade Chronicles for me has always been a bit of a mixed blessing as far as streaming is concerned. because the first time I streamed it, it was a realization of just how much of a slow burn that game is. And when I say that, it's just a matter of, okay, it can take a while to move in between locations, and as a result, it very much felt like, okay, I need to be talking more than I'm used to because, hell, that's a bad place to be, bad place to be. Okay, we're good. Thankfully, it was just one Basilisk. If there had been more than one unit, that might have been Curtis. Anyway, so because of that, I ended up playing the entire first stream, and then coming back to it the next week thinking, well, we'll see what it has to say for itself next week. We'll see if it may be worth switching to a Let's Play style then and whatnot. And I'd been considering it, but then was advised against it by someone in chat, funnily enough. But then, on the second stream, I realized, oh, I hit that moment. Okay, I see why people are interested in this now. Okay, we'll let the song dance. We'll let the song play. This is gonna be fun. And to some extent it was. But there is the feeling that, okay, because there's less necessarily going on screen at any one time, it can feel as if there's a bit of pressure in order to be on point more often than I'm used to. Because with a Let's Play, if something's just, well, if I don't necessarily have a lot to say, it's not the be-all, end-all. I just hit the edit button and call it a day. Well, it's not quite that simple. I do have to put in work for editing, which is why Let's Play content comes out much less frequently and with less content overall than what you see for live streams in general. So because of that, I was thinking with Xenoblade 2, okay, well, let's do it as Let's Play content. However, that is what this conversation is going to be about, because I was presented a few arguments that might have compelled me to change my mind at least a little bit. So one of them is just a matter of, hey, we enjoyed watching your streams before when you were playing Xenoblade 1, so why not keep it going? It is somewhat of a tautological argument because OMG, the people who watch my live streams want me to stream more. In other news, water is wet, the sun rose in the east, and game journalists are terrible at video games. So, in that respect, it's not the strongest argument, but hey, if there's demand for it, there's demand for it. The other reason is that, by my understanding, the tutorial in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is utter garbage. And I went in knowing that, and have been given advice on videos to look up and people to check out, YouTube personalities anyways, that could properly explain what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. But, with chat right there, even if I choose to ignore it for the first couple of streams, because, hey, if I'm going to be reviewing this on the review channel eventually, I've got a complete script for the first game I need to make a video on, but never mind that. Whenever I find time for that, I will need to play it at least a little bit to see if I can figure it out on my own. To see just how terrible it is. Although it definitely would help to see videos later to try and get a full scope of just how bad it is. But if chat's right there, that could reduce the amount of work in the moment. So that was a good argument. The other argument I heard, and this was the most convincing one by far, is that because of the way the side quests are structured, it might not be as concerning as what the heck? It's been a while since I've seen that bug. It might not be as concerning as I initially thought. Wait, why am I phasing into enemies? No, I'm a squishy character. That's a bad idea. It might not be as bad as I thought, because my understanding is that what I was told is that there are some side quests that only appear in New Game Plus, which means something that I had largely avoided in the first game, which, if I hadn't avoided, I might have been able to justify doing a little bit more in that game, would be something that I would have to actively seek out. So the recommendation is that for live streaming, I could say, alright, we're going to do the important side quests in order to unlock blades, which by my understanding have a direct impact on gameplay, assuming I understand how blades work and whatnot. And then, once that we've completed the main story, the important side quests that unlock stuff, plus any others that are required in order to make sure that I'm at the difficulty curve or able to follow it, at that point, I do the same thing that I did with Xenoblade, where I just do endgame grinding and do all the side quests as Let's Play content after the fact. I am open to that idea, but it is something that I do want to discuss. So, I will be jumping into chat right now. If anyone has opinions, I'll be there. So, let's go ahead and jump into main voice, and that hopefully I've given enough time for this to be recognized as such, and it looks like the brother's in there too. Alrighty, let's say hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry. I was just waiting on you.
Yep. I was just making sure that everybody was up to speed before jumping in. I know,
I was listening to it.
yeah, and that's why I also waited a little bit before jumping in, because I knew that there'd be a bit of a delay.
Like, a correction on that is, for New Game Plus, it's easier to unlock stuff in New Game Plus, because technically unlocking blades in the game is kind of a gotcha system.
Oh,
You don't
really?
pay any real money.
Ugh. Really?
More like your random, getting the final Cosmos. I still haven't unlocked, and I've had the game since launch.
So, it's a matter of you will want... So, New Game Plus effectively has gone from a neat little way to blaze through the story faster to mandatory if you want to get through the content in any reasonable length of time.
Yeah, it's easier to... In the game, the DLC for the game does give you a bunch of extra side quests. You're gonna unlock that, but usually where there's some spoilers in there.
Well, I'll probably need to buy that DLC before I start the game, so...
And it does give you, like, 10, like, legendaries, which pretty much, especially in the early game, will pretty much guarantee you a rare blade.
Okay.
And it's really only a grind near the end, when you're, like, getting the final one.
Is it to the point where you'd almost be tempted to go to Torna or something in order to get around this? Or is the grind specifically for Torna?
It's treated like a separate game, like FC was.
Okay.
Torna, it does not have that in the system.
Alright, the original does not have that system?
The base game does not. Base game has the gacha system, Torna does not.
Okay, that's a little better.
There's an area is based on a chapter between chapter 7 and 8. You can actually slot it in there if you want. I don't recommend it for a first playthrough.
Okay, so...
I recommend doing Torna after the main game, but if you want to do it on a repeat playthrough, you want to slot Torna in between chapters 7 and 8, you can do that.
Alright, so is Torna something that you'd want to see streamed, or is that something that could be safe for Let's Play
Torna
content?
is something I'd like to see streamed, because Torna, although you have to, it does make you do pretty much every side quest. The side quests are a bunch more interesting in Torna.
Fair enough.
Because unlike the base game where you get these generic reactions, stuff you actually get like full conversations.
Ah.
90% of them. Although they are on there, though they are voiced. But...
So what kind of effect does the DLC have on the main story then? Because I need to figure out whether I need to purchase the DLC beforehand.
First introduced into. You get challenge mode with some cameos in it.
Alright.
Cameos from the first game and cameos from the Xenoblade X.
Alrighty then.
Don't worry about those, about the challenge mode stuff being, Oh, there are some stuff you don't unlock till Chapter 7 in challenge mode that you can't see because it would be spoilers.
Fair enough.
Basically, there is an area that you are pretty much shut out if you go past a certain point, and it's in Chapter 8, so don't worry.
So, similar to, well...
Similar to Alchemov, it's only one area that you're locked out of.
Yeah.
All
I was gonna say them... Well, actually, I'm not sure which would be more of a spoiler, Alchemoth or Mechonis.
It comes in Chapter 8.
Well,
10.
either way.
It comes out midway through Chapter 8,
and
there's 10 chapters in Xenoblade 2.
Okay. So, pretty far along then.
Like, because the original is just divided up differently.
Yeah. So...
Like, 3's the same length, and that only has 7 chapters.
Alrity then.
One of the reasons why I don't recommend is because there's some, so Xenoblade 2 is probably the more grindy of the three of the base games. It's the most grindy one in terms of doing side quests. Because let's just say some side quests require you to essentially you have to send blades out on missions, and it goes by in real time.
Real time. Okay, yes, that is definitely going to be kept to Let's Play content then.
Those, you just set them up and then go do something else while those things are going off.
Yeah, so definitely save that for Let's Play content, or tell them to go after in the middle of the stream.
You do get one special side quest near the end for it. So maxed out, I did it. Trust me, I recommend you. It carries over your rank in that does carry over to New Game Plus.
Huh.
Okay, it's hard to explain without spoiling.
Sounds about right. So, I guess then, what would be the important things to tackle when streaming the game?
Main story, obviously.
Yep.
Side quests that you can do to unlock blades, and those are not too hard to find.
Alright.
The hardest one, I think, is one where you have to go fish at a specific spot.
There's a fishing minigame? Oh boy.
It's not really a fishing minigame, it's more, well, put it simply, it's salvaging.
Alright.
Sometimes you'll pull up a monster when you drive down, when you're fishing for treasure.
Alright then.
Comes up. That makes sense.
I've heard of Weirder, and it is the Xenoblade world, which I don't know too much of.
And then once you kill it, you get a special crystal which unlocks a blade.
Fair enough.
You have to, that one's, it's not too hard, it can be pointed out. Just fish everywhere, you'll find it.
Alrighty then. So, something that might be easier to do offline, perhaps, but still.
Unlocks the characters, unlocks the special thing. I can't go in because there's spoilers. I'll tell you when you get there. But.
And then maybe enough side quests to make sure that I can follow the difficulty curve.
It's like, grab the side quest. Basically, what I recommend doing for Xenoblade games is this. Your first playthrough, do pretty much, play the main story and do all the side quests like that seem interesting to you. In one, I'd say, just when you get down, grab all the side quests that are just kill stuff and collect things, and then do it while you're doing your daily routine, while you're doing other things. That's what I do in Xenoblade 1, and I really have to grind.
Fair enough.
But in 2, it's basically like you talk to everyone who basically talk. If an NPC has a quest icon, just walk over, talk to them, get the quest, look at it, see if it's interesting, then go do something else with the quest or something else if you can. Basically, to do everything, it's Xenoblade games. 3 is the easiest at 100% because pretty much it tells you everything you need to know. They get better at telling you things as they go, as the same games go on. Sadly, there is one thing I am going to miss that you aren't playing on 1.0, but it's a meme.
Oh boy.
Basically, one of the characters, the dialogue of a certain enemy repeats ad nauseum. Think you can take me and don't forget me.
Oh, the thing that Mithra said, is that what Mithra was referencing in Smash Bros?
Think you can take me, yes.
Oh boy. Including the really stilted delivery.
A lot of people actually, it got patched out, so it doesn't happen as often.
Oh no! How dare they?
Oh,
yeah.
You will pay for your insolence.
What did I miss?
It's not as bad as you'll pay for your insolence. It's actually more people find it funny.
More people find what funny?
Oh, we're just talking about Xenoblade.
Oh.
Just logistics right now. That was the whole point of this. Also,
anyways.
Hi chat. What are you up to, Regal? Yes, it is Gilgamesh. We're talking logistics.
Oh, anyway. Hey, bro. Oh, just need to vacuum in the kitchen and then I'll be there on full.
Alright, cool. Character, I'm gonna tell you one of the blade names. It's one you don't unlock till at least post game, but you probably won't till New Game Plus. It's one of those Loss. Is added in patch 1.1.4. You get it after if you have a main game cleared file, basically you've beaten the final boss, or you're on New Game Plus.
Okay.
And there's also a bunch of blades that are characters in the story that wouldn't make sense to be as blades, but you don't get them until New Game Plus. It's just one of those. And they have heart-to-hearts. Now the only ones that got it, the other DLC blades did not.
Well, by the sounds of it, there'll be plenty to see to on stream, if nothing else.
I recommend do the mains. It's like, honestly, with 2, 100% 2 is gonna take a while. Let's just say that.
Getting close to 100% took a while in 1, so if I can manage that, I think I can manage well enough.
Xenoblade, Chuck Connery Xenoblade 1 Let's Play is over 100 parts. The Xenoblade 2 is over 200.
Oh, lovely. So it'll probably be the thing I end up doing after. Well,
include Torna as the DLC, so that might have extended it a bit.
Yeah. So short version. Once that I'm done with Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes Let's Play content, it'll end up being that as the main thing. Most likely, actually. Then
I would recommend streaming the main game because the main game does not take super long. You can even grind off stream and record do the Don't progress the main story on stream, but when you're off stream, record and edit the non-main, the not super important side quests.
Yeah, although I don't know, well, I think that's probably an important thing to talk about then is logistics, because I'm reticent to do that because, I mean, as you've probably seen, the Let's Play content and the streaming content work on very different cadences, because the positive and negative thing about the Let's Play stuff is that it's very easy to just record it, have a game completely finished, and then just sit on it and slowly chip away at it over the course of days, months, years sometimes. I mean, Valkyria Chronicles 4, one of the ones that's going right now, I finished that game, what, 2021? And I'm only just now committing to putting it out a little bit more often. So the problem right now is that it can be a little time consuming to edit that stuff, so what I tend to do to make sure that it doesn't impede much else is that I'll edit sometimes, well, weeks if not months ahead to try and make sure, okay, will I be able to maintain the schedule? So I don't know how easy it would be to put out Let's Play content in the middle of a Xenoblade stream, although at least initially it might not be the worst thing actually, because the problem as of right now is that I don't really have a good slot with which to put it in. Or to be more accurate, I don't have a consistent slot to put it in. Because right now, I could theoretically start streaming it on Wednesdays again, but the problem is that is the one day that I don't have a social call, so I've been keeping that more open. I don't mind streaming on that, but it means that if something comes up, or if I just need a night off, that Xenoblade 2 will be the last on my list of priorities, which might not be a bad thing if we're doing Let's Play content interspersed, but eventually, once the Battle Zone and Devil May Cry are done, I can just take that time slot. As a starting point, to at least get the ball rolling, I could do a Sunday slot for the first 2 streams before Baldur's Gate 3 takes that over.
Xenoblade 2 is a game that does have issues in the sense of in sort of like trying to basically you need to I beat the game I played half the game without knowing chain attacks, and I still managed to get pretty far in there. I beat the game and I was very suboptimal when I did it. It took a while, and I beat the game somewhat underleveled.
Well, going in underleveled didn't work out so well for me against Zanza, though, so I'm reticent to do that again.
True, but in Xenoblade 2's case, I did manage to do it, but it took me a while.
Yeah, I don't think you need to see me that frustrated on stream for a while.
Yeah, what it is essentially... And that was because I didn't know how to play the game, but once you know how to play it, you can breeze through most fights.
Okay.
Actually, basically, once you know what you're doing and have a good setup in Xenoblade 2, you can delete people's health bars.
Sounds about right with most games, unfortunately. Well, for better or worse, because on one hand, rewarding you for learning the system.
Like, it gets to the point where people can grind the super bosses.
Wait, what? What?
You can basically just, because essentially, Xenoblade 2, the unique monster super bosses, when you beat them, they spawn a tombstone. You collect that tombstone, it will automatically bring back the boss, and you can fight it again.
Well, that's convenient.
Yes. It's only for unique monsters, which the super bosses are also.
Fair enough. That is a very convenient way to make sure they're dead, because that is something I ran into with the first Xenoblade.
And for Xenoblade 2, there's a side quest that I do actually recommend doing when your first playthrough. It's not too bad. It's basically you feed an Arden up until it's level 99. You raise an army you raise a small cow into a giant monster. You can kill it, and then you can refight it over and over. But if you kill it before
there's monster raising,
it won't come back.
Yeah.
Essentially, you can use it to grind out rare materials.
Interesting.
It's like level 99. It's basically just a damage sponge.
What am I getting myself into?
It's not that. Xenoblade 2's combat is, although it seems slow at the start, once you get in your end game, to get mid game or have an understanding of it, you can literally delete people.
Well, I suppose time will tell then how well I end up picking up.
Yeah.
Alright then, so we'll go ahead and stream it. So, in that case, I'll make the first one. Let's see, I've got 2 weeks before Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. And that will be higher priority since that I'll...
I'd say maybe you could do them on and off.
Yeah, I'll just do it on infrequent Wednesdays until Battlezone and Devil May Cry are done, then I can be more regular on the Saturday slot. And then I can do them the next couple of Sundays anyway, just to...
Post-game, the real post-game of 2 is going into the, is fighting, it's like, if you thought the original, Xenoblade 1's challenge mode is actually pretty bare bones compared to 2's.
Really? Kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Wasn't that challenge mode
like,
introduced
4 to
with
5
the definitive edition, though?
You got, like, a ton of, you can count, there's like 4 difficulties.
Weird, I would have expected Xenoblade 1 to be more...
Xenoblade 1 was sort of a bonus they added in for the definitive. It wasn't there in the original.
That's why I would have expected it to be more advanced, though, because it's with the definitive edition. You've had time to polish this system and make it really shine, you'd think.
Xenoblade 2 and 3s are DLC, that's probably why.
Ah, okay, so they justified the resources required because they ask you, well, they charge you for it. Okay, fair enough.
Xenoblade 3s, you get like... Xenoblade 3, you get 2 colors of swimsuits.
Of course. Of freaking course.
Well, most of them are One Pieces.
All the same.
What are we talking about?
The second one, you get
Xenoblade.
2 colors of throwback outfits from the previous games.
We're talking about anime bullshit.
Hey, Xenoblade 2 has it as well. Well, no, most of them are just recolors.
You get my point, though. And there is a point in my script where I'm making fun of the... Well, I make fun of the fan service for all of 2 seconds in my Xenoblade 1 review, so I can't complain too much. Reminds me, I need to finish that.
Yeah, all this
I
talk
could
about
do audio editing
different
for that.
swimsuits and such is reminding me of Go Vacation, and mainly the first area, which is...
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, basically, it was a Wii game that was ported to the Switch. Some games were removed because of the control system between the Wii and the Switch, while others were added in.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm alive.
And
either way, so I guess then the first stream of Xenoblade 2 will be tomorrow morning then, because I can do the Sunday streams now, so we'll start there, being infrequent Wednesdays.
Wait, do you stream tomorrow?
Well, I mean, weekends are the best time for me to stream, and I like being up on a Sunday morning, and I've got nothing better to do.
If you would be willing to have me in chat, in the voice chat or just regular chat, I can actually give a decent idea, because I have actually beaten the game, not 100% in it, but I'm good enough as is. I can actually...
I'd probably want the first I'd probably want the first 1 or 2 for me to be as ignorant about the gameplay as possible, because, I mean, part of the idea for a lot of what I do here is to say, okay...
You don't understand it after completing at least by the end of chapter 3, look it up.
Yeah, because my thinking is, I am also trying to review these as well, and that is a nice little double dipping I engage in, where I stream them and then review them in completely different environments and for very different audiences, honestly, but because of that, I'm sat there going, okay, well, if I'm to review this, I should probably go in as blind as possible for the gameplay, so
yeah,
we'll see how trash the tutorial actually is, firsthand.
Yeah, Bro, it's actually like that with Metroid Prime, which he had done on the Wii.
Brother, it had been literal years. Calm your butt. When you move over here, you can show me what's what, okay? Okay.
Now we just need a game that Alec hasn't played in years, and have him stream it, and you, like, backseat drive him.
Literally impossible. There's this really old game that I played back when I was first doing YouTube called Draken Order of the Flame. You can find the Let's Play on this channel. The brother could not stop telling me about things that he remembered that I didn't. There is literally nothing that I have played that he hasn't, unless I make him play something like Fire Emblem The Sacred Stones, and even then he probably remembers more than me. Even though everything on there is mine.
He can play Platinum. Has he played that?
He has played Platinum. I've got a very old script of when we were potentially going to review that.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I still need to go through Brilliant Diamond and finish that one off.
I never did conclude that, did I?
Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, more like...
Yeah, they really didn't do much with it, did they?
No, speaking of which, there's rumors about the 5th game. Speaking of which, there's actually rumor about the 5th game, Generation games being remade.
I don't know whether to be concerned or elated by that.
Since those starters are my favorites. I even have talking plushies of them.
Of course. Oh yeah, I forgot you had those. Those are staying off if you bring them over here.
Hey, I usually have them off anyway. Because I don't really have them on unless it's for some...
I'll just have to counterbalance it with a Poro plush or something.
My favorite starters are probably the Gen 4 ones.
What is my favorite starter? I mean, Piplup's up there. Score Bunny's cute.
I like Chimchar.
I will... Yeah.
What else? Who else would I put as my favorite? I mean, Trico was cool.
Yeah,
I mean, usually my preference...
Razard.
Yeah, usually my preference for starters is which one looks coolest, and failing that, which one looks cutest. Although, Detective Pikachu may have sold me on Bulbasaur. Or at least the movie had. How do you make Bulbasaur look that cute? It's not fair. It's not fair. How dare you?
Yeah. So I think my all-time favorite starter would definitely have to be Pikachu.
Technically he's not a starter, but never mind me.
Well, he is in Pokemon Yellow as well as...
I know. By technicality he is, but still.
Oh, Ash was originally going to have a Clefairy. He even got one in one of the mangas.
Wait, he was originally going to have a Clefairy as his starter? Wow, that could have led to a very different track given Pikachu's the de facto mascot.
Yeah, he got...
Because of the anime.
Oh, Red got a Clefairy in one of the mangas, and it's a gag manga. It's one that's known for being pretty much a gag manga.
Oh, so nothing but silliness. As opposed to normal?
Basically, imagine the image of a Clefairy flipping you off, and that describes that Clefairy's personality.
Wait, does that actually happen?
It doesn't exactly happen, but it might as well have.
Oh god. I'll have to see what the Pokemon manga has to say for itself at some point. I've heard it can get really crazy at times.
Yeah, there are many different variations of it. And some fall more closely in the games, while others are variations of Ash's adventure. There's also one of which Pikachu evolves.
But everyone has giant boobs.
A giant what?
Well, the female character, it was basically Electrical Pikachu. It was a Pokemon manga that adapted the anime, and it was drawn by one of the most prolific hentai artists. So all the female characters are really well endowed.
Oh, I remember this. I think I saw a video from this from the Jay Wits a very long time ago. Back when I was watching more Pokemon content. Yeah, that... Oh, jeez.
She was talking about it, and then all the guys are just there, and then she runs off. Was cut in the US version.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things that were cut in the US version.
I think one version of the world did dub it. They just modified it a bit so that way some of the
US got
details
it,
weren't.
Every character was redrawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also left and right were flipped.
And I hate it when they do that.
There's a lot of things
that
have
changed.
Well,
they did that in Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Wii port.
Yeah, but that had a gameplay reason.
I'm more annoyed when they do it in manga.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, Regal, why are you being silly in chat? No, go to your room. Wait, you probably are in your room. Go somewhere! Go outside, touch grass! Take a picture of touching grass!
I already did that. Anyway,
oh geez, that's a lot of enemies down there. I might not beat this dungeon before we call it for the next game.
Yeah.
How long do you think it'll take for the Orb of Death to kill all of them? Actually, wait, those are brawlers.
Side quests because of main story, but you unlock them again once you
Yeah.
Pokemon. Anyway.
And now we're on the Pokemon track. Everyone in chat, welcome to join us in the Discord. We're basically done talking Xenoblade now.
Yeah, still debating on overall. Yeah, well,
oh god, he's actually doing it.
Overall, all favorite star, but I yeah, but for Kanto, it probably be up to. Probably
yeah, it's gonna be Charmander. Yep, it's always Charmander.
Or for Johto, I think I'd have to go with Cyndaquil.
I don't feel all that strongly about any of the Johto starters.
Mainly because we didn't really explore it much since.
Yeah, we never got those games. I've got Pokemon Yellow sitting on our shelf. We don't have any.
Yeah.
But actually, it's funny. We've got all 3 of the Gen 3 games, Pokemon Yellow, and then oh god, sorry, that was a lot of damage. This is a hardcore character. I'm not gonna have Lou laugh at me over this game.
Anyways, as I was saying, for Hoenn, definitely Mudkip. Actually, have one name.
That's a funny way to say Trico.
You like Mudkip?
Yeah.
That's a funny way to say Trico.
Anyways.
Yes, I am a bastard. Why do you ask?
Anyways,
Ow.
for Sinnoh, oh, I'd start with. That was a
Piplup,
good one.
no
I'd probably
question.
go with Piplup. Yeah, I'd name my
Piplup
skipper
I
after the penguin from Madagascar.
I wasn't even thinking in those terms.
Any good luck with Piplup at any time I've tried using it in a Pokemon game, so I just kind of defaultly but Infernape or Chimchar.
At least with Pokemon Go, you can get the starters.
The best Pokemon.
Hey.
Oh, who just joined
I'm
us?
just
I need to
mentioning
check.
those I'd start out with.
Oh, hey,
I
Regal.
would get all the starters to help me with my journey.
Yeah, because some of us are, well, some of us don't like being purists. And have to cheat or engage in trade silliness.
Hey, Pokemon Go has helped me with getting and most
Oh yeah, I'm
of the
gonna have to
stars.
hear all
It was
about
just
that
the-
if you move in too, aren't I?
I have
Yeah.
three
I'll have to show you Centennial.
collector's editions of the Pokemon Adventures manga. Yeah. Collector's editions.
Anyways. For Unova, I'd probably start off with Oshawott and then
I
get
can't
other
remember all the Unova starters.
There's Oshawott, the Sea Otter, a water type. There's
Oh right, and then there's Snarky, right?
Snivy!
I'm surprised you still get mad at me for that. Come on, it's one joke. Calm down.
Anyway. Anyways,
Snarky.
Between the 3, I would have Snivy be the girl.
No, Snivy don't
Why?
speak smugly.
No, Snarky. It rolls off the tongue better.
Oh, that hurts so much.
Oh, you can name yours Snarky if you want, bro.
Brother,
And
calm down. It's just a silly comment. That's way too accurate.
Definitely epic.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. For Kalos, it probably has to be. Yeah, I was gonna go with Proki for the first one I'd acquire. Did you know that the
Wood.
Did you know that the Kalos starters final evolutions were based, I think, off of some of the Warcraft characters?
Wow.
Probably. They were based on They were based on RPG sort of stereotypes. A wizard, a fighter, and a thief.
I was thinking more of
Had
a
only one of them
ninja.
actually ended well.
I was
Yeah,
thinking,
rogue is equivalent.
basically,
Well,
no,
Rogue
that's
and
based off of
Thief are pretty
Anduin
interchangeable
and
anyway, at least
Greninja.
nowadays.
Oh, but I think it was.
I don't think it's Warcraft. I
That's
think it's fantasy in general.
Yeah,
we can look that
probably.
up later.
You can look that up now.
I know. Well, I know Infernape
Oh,
is
jeez.
based on some Wukong.
Oh wow! Now you're reminding
What
me.
about Torterra, the best Pokemon?
That one.
Someone seems very eager about this line of thought.
Anyways, for
Get away.
Alola,
Get away.
I'd probably go with Litten. And
I prefer Rowlet.
Rowlet,
Yeah.
yes, Rowlet.
Wait, which one was the weird seal thing again? Poplio? I
Yeah.
chose that one.
yeah. In truth, I'd
Rowlet,
go
no
with
question.
all
I
of
picked
them.
Rowlet for
Being
Arceus as
Vermont.
well.
And I'd name my Litten Firestar after the cat from the Warrior series.
I have not thought of that in years. This is why I can't play video games with you.
Anyways.
You remember way too much. I have to give you new stuff.
Yeah.
Which is
anyway.
why I'm doing that with Wargroove now.
Yeah. As far.
I got something new for you.
As far.
Yeah, you've always got something new for me.
Squirtle. What Squirtle?
First gen water type starter.
I think he was being cheeky.
Anyways.
No, it's just Mr. Noob Cube was
Oh.
muted and he said it's Squirtle, and I
Oh.
didn't know what that was in reference to. Oh, he's the goat. I would say the goat is arguably Torterra.
Mr. Noob Cube, you know you can unmute yourself.
He has a sword throat, or they have a sword throat. I meant. Yeah.
Anyways, as I was saying, for Paldea,
Alright.
probably Sobble.
You guys have fun with this conversation. I get to go boss fight mode. Oh god, I'm about to die.
Okay, see you then. In the afterlife.
Yeah, I'm about to die. I should not do this right before the game I have in mind. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, this fight is hard. Oh god. Alright, here we go.
Okay. Mr. Noob Cube is saying yes, die J in a very enthusiastic way.
As is tradition, good thing I can't look at
Gen
Discord or have to worry about moderating it for the duration of this nonsense. Get away.
For the starter for Gen 9,
Get away.
I'm still in debate
Oh,
on
God.
that one, because Gen 9 has Sprigatio.
I thought it was Sprigatito.
It's
Sprigatito. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should have remembered that since they...
Get away, get away, get away.
Channel a preview.
Okay, this is going way too well. Oh, thank you, shield. Oh god, that could have hurt. Get away.
On show. Oh.
Oh, thank god. That was a lot easier than I thought. Okay, thank freaking god.
There's also Fuecoco. Oh, a fire type crocodilian-like character. Then we've got Waxley. Water type.
Okay,
duck.
we're good. We're good. I can relax now.
Wait, did anyone here any play the Digimon game?
I did not.
No, and I don't plan to.
Don't be like that, brother.
I hear are good, like Digimon Survive, Next World Order, and Cyber Sleuth duology. I own Cyber Sleuth, and it's a good game. Grindy though. If there's one thing I can say about Digimon, they don't really hold back in designs.
They were, from the Digimon that I remember in my head, they were very weird. Like the weird monkey guy that was also Elvis, or the weird, or the weird one that was just like a pink version of a turd.
Oh yeah. It's also, well, most Digimon either can classify as either comes with the dragons, mecha, or sexy women.
So it's Japanese.
Very Japanese.
I don't remember that last category when I watched
Look up Angel Woman and you'll get what I mean.
Ooh, Jen, that's stolen.
There's a woman. I only remember Angel Man.
Look, there's oh, trust me, there's like thousands of Digimon in existence.
Alrighty. Either way, before the conversation derails too much, that's the end of this game. Now I get to dig out a different one. So, unfortunately, I'm probably going to end up leaving here because I have something very specific in mind for this game. So, that's, well, here. So that I can get a live reaction, let me start sharing my screen. I'm going to be dipping out of the call once that I'm done, well, once that I've shown it off. I have something very specific in mind for this game. Give me a sec. I haven't even taken it out of the shrink wrap yet. I haven't even taken it out of the shrink wrap yet. Yeah, it might be worth revisiting those games, see if they hold up well. Alright, bringing back the conversation. There was a picture I posted to Discord a while back of Cheeto. On that photo, there were two games visible. One of them we've talked about in great detail already. Bam. Of course. I knew that would happen, but you know what? We got time to talk after all. So, how's everyone's day going? Oh boy. Alright, where's my engage box? Crap, where is it? I am clearly organized. Jeez. Okay. Let's see. Let's knock it down to minus. That should be fine for Cheers of the Kingdom. I have no idea how well it'll work, though. Oh, right. You can talk about it with them. I think for this one, I'm going to be flying solo, because I want to get a good... Because I think I mentioned that I'm not the biggest fan of open world games, so I'm very much going into this just out of morbid curiosity. But I noticed that it was cheap, well, cheaper on Amazon a while back, so I figured, alright, while I'm buying Xenoblade, let's go full bore. So, we'll see how it turns out. I'll play at least the introductory section. I found it for 53 bucks. Well, it was on Amazon and it was a physical copy, so I went for it. So, with that in mind, I figured, you know what? Yeah, my long-term plan with this game is not to stream it, at least in the majority of it. I'm probably going to treat this as something that I play on and off in my own time. Because what I'm thinking is that since that I'm someone who is more likely to be cynical about it, I'll do a video a year after the game releases, just, well, on the review channel, say, was Tears of the Kingdom really worth all the fuss? And then talk about what works and what doesn't. And that'll be the real moment where, well, as to whether my thoughts on open world games actually do pass muster, because that's probably where I'll really have to justify myself. So, that'll be a fun video to make once I get time for it. Well, my most popular video on the review channel is titled Torchlight 3, A Tragic Disappointment. It's not even clickbait, though. It is a tragic disappointment. We played the PC version, but yes. Yes, we are well familiar with that. You know you can use other AI programs, right? There are millions now. Well, boo-ho! Which one? I haven't played it in so long, I can't remember. At some point, we'll need to go through all of our Bionicle stuff and see if it holds up. Either way, I'm gonna play Tears of the Kingdom now, so you guys go have fun talking. It's still around, you know. Of course they do. There's a lot of things we need to check back up on with Bionicle if we wanted to see to the all of it. That would be a fun project once you move in. Maybe that's what you'll do once you move in. Either way. Either way, I do need to get to this game, so I will go ahead and leave you all to your conversation. I'm going to see what this game has in store for us. So, thanks for stopping by, at least for the conversation. Hope you guys continue having fun with your conversation. I want to see what Tears of the Kingdom has to say for itself. So, I'll be back later when we have that video you wanted me to react to. Well, not Regal. Well, Gilgamesh. I am very good with names. I have reached the end of my alcohol. This is totally gonna go well. Let's jump into it. I mean, it was a tall glass of sangria. It's a little... well, not quite the last of it, but I did reach the end, so we'll see how this goes. Alrighty. That is quite enough of that. And that is why I spend time with my brother very often. Anyway, let's see what this game has to say for itself. I'm really building up the ambience, huh? You going straight into gameplay or seeing a menu first? Straight into gameplay. Alrighty. I respect it. Or at least straight into cutscene.
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker. We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here?
Oh, hi, Link. No. Oh, already giving us control, huh? Oh, and you're giving us pretty much max stats from our time with Breath of the Wild. Alright, I guess that makes sense. If memory serves, it's only been, what, 3 years? If I understand the marketing material or what I've heard correctly. Alright, so anything different with the controls? It doesn't look it. Let's see, real quick. Alright, so don't need to worry about that too much. Alright, so gyro is enabled. I do well enough when the gyro's in my Pro Controller, so I should be okay. And really, going with the ambience, I need to...
People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link.
That makes one of us.
Let's go solve this mystery.
Oh no, I'll knock down the audio volume a little bit. Trying to balance it because they've got very soft ambience going on in the background that I had to basically turn up my audio pretty high to hear. Although, actually, how much? Give me a sec. How much of that's because of my volume mixer right now? Oh, that's why. OBS was dropped down pretty low so I could listen to Engage without croaking. Okay. Let me set things back to a normal volume level from my end. Let's see how that sounds now. Alright, cool. So it looks like audio balance should be good. So, what lies within? I never imagined this was all deep beneath Hyrule Castle. Yeah.
Huh?
Link! Why is the Master Sword lighting up? Should we call it Sting now? The Master Sword. It must be sensing something. I knew we had reason for concern. Ever since the end of the calamity, the castle had fallen into neglect. But I never could have imagined anything like these tunnels were hiding here. We must be careful as we move deeper. Alright, so that's our okay, so that's our attack button, as per usual. I'm guessing A will be the jump then, as per always? Guess we'll find out. Is this where they do the combat tutorial? Probably. Okay, so... high stamina as well, huh? Link, look here! These are ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something is written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? Who are the Zonai? When I was a child, I asked my father if there was anything below the castle. He told me there was, though seeing it for ourselves or even discussing the matter was forbidden. No one in our family knew anything more than that. Of course. Can I get anything more from... Ooh, I can get more from prodding. I can recall what my father said even now. No one must ever venture beneath the castle, not even one of us. He said this warning had been passed down through my family for as long as anyone could remember. We need to continue to explore this underground area, forbidden or not. The source of the gloom is down here somewhere. I'm determined to discover the connection between this place and the emergence of this gloom. Let's keep on going. We're sure to find some clues to all of this ahead. Alright, I reached the end. Excellent. Alrighty. Wait, is my sword clipping through the ground? Oh, look at this! Certainly building up the ambience correctly. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen designs like these in my studies. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago, in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers, and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Oh, is that why they re-released Skyward Sword before this game? Alright. Is that what the Zonai are called for? Well, as far as the people of... Is that what the Zonai are referring to then? The people in Skyloft? Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none gives us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. Curious that. Unless it's just a coincidence or disconnected. To be fair, it's not as if the people of Skyloft had any... Actually, this is probably them here then. Looking at whatever these are. Is this what the Zonai look like? They seem so different from us, and such large heirs. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? It looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue, Link. Alrighty then. Oh, this isn't ominous at all. And it looks like the ambience is getting a little higher pitched. Really laying it on thick, yeah? Alright, so that button still works. Oh right, wrong button. Luckily, Master Sword so easily dispatched.
You're not hurt, are you, Link?
They were just a couple of bats. Exactly.
Look at these murals. The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King.
That does sound similar to the story in Skyloft, or at least of the prehistory for them as well.
Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same legend?
Wouldn't surprise me.
This is similar to the statues we saw earlier, a Zonai. And these figures look like Hylians. This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens. It is said that my ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals tell a similar story, and if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish...
Establish what?
The Kingdom of Hyrule.
Ah.
This figure... He seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this. It shows the Demon King. And a fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Incredible! This mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war, and the events that led up to it. Link! This is a huge discovery. All right then. Now to use this invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click. Oh.
And then there's that.
Looks like the rest of the murals are obscured.
There'll be time enough to check on it later.
This place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
Well, we do have that gloom we need to figure out, so guess it makes sense we'd see to that. Off we go. I can't tell you how excited I am. The murals down here, their images support so much of what historians have written about. I find myself wondering, how did this area come to be so forgotten? Why was our history left hidden here? Did the royal family in those ancient times want this place and these murals to remain secret and out of sight? I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something here. Why would anyone want to keep this whole area a secret? It can't be because of what's shown in those murals. I can only hope we'll find more answers farther below. The gloom is growing heavier as we go. It's more and more unnerving. I don't like the looks of it. But we must find our answers, Link. Alrighty, there's the end of that thread. So, anything else we need to worry about down this way? Oh. Coming into frame startled me for a second. Okay, I keep expecting something to pop out of here. Are they about to go full subspace emissary? It looks like what these wisps, well, what this gloom is gonna do. Then again, I also saw the trailers. I know something is down here. I'll just be curious to see what form it takes then. Or what incarnation is down here, because I know it's Ganondorf, but I'd be curious to know why. Well, I'd be curious to know to what extent, because I'd be curious to know more so the connection between Calamity Ganon and whatever's down here. I think that's the curious thing for me. Is this just a failsafe in case the Calamity didn't work in Ganon's favor? Or is there something more going on here than that? Well, the ambience keeps getting louder, so we must be close to something. Oh, yep, we're near the shenanigans. Oh boy. What is this place? Let's continue, Link, but we must be extremely careful. Alright, cutscene time.
What is that?
I don't know. Let's get closer. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't that the hand Link had in the trailers? Notice what's going on. Oh, you scum! Gotta reset our health somehow, right?
The sword that seals the darkness. The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Well, time for some grand redecorating of Hyrule Castle again. Well, that's certainly one way to redecorate. You're willingly descending below? Of course. Oh wait, aren't you two falling down at the same rate? Wait, what? Hang on. What happened to Zelda then? Why'd she disappear in that light? Well, I guess we'll find out before too long. Why are there suddenly rocks falling down everywhere? Are those pieces of Hyrule Castle, or from something else? Hard to say for certain right now. Interesting that that arm just reached out on its own then. Does it have a mind of its own? Well, clearly it does, but I wonder who's controlling that then. Also interesting that Link's hand doesn't seem to be, well, destroyed completely, merely heavily damaged. Whatever the case may be. So is Link unconscious during this? Yes. Wait a minute. His hair wasn't... How long has he been asleep, I wonder?
Ah, Link. Finally you wake. I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda.
Wait.
Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death.
Hi, Dimitri. I'm not gonna do
Your
that.
arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Wait. So wait, was that the Master Sword talking or the arm? Is this where Dimitri went after... Sorry, I'm sorry, no. I've played too much Fire Emblem Three Houses. I immediately recognize that voice. I'm sorry, no. That's gonna be all I think about now, I'm sorry. Ease. Yeah. Okay. So, anything more that can be explored in this room before I try and jump off? Well, run away, I should say. It doesn't look it. Well, they've effectively reset our progress. But who exactly was speaking? Was it some spirit? The Master Sword? Whatever the hand was? Heard a great deal about you from Zelda. What exactly has Zelda been able to communicate to you? I'm not gonna get answers for a while, am I? Probably not. Okay. What's this over here, then? Alright, fine, don't tell me anything. Doesn't look like I have the Sheikah Slate either. Nope, no one around. In caves, no one can hear you whistle, I guess. So if we've got that over there... Probably just a basic dungeon layout to get us familiar with traversing the place. Especially if we've never... Oh, what's this? Okay. Let's see, can we dive underwater? Doesn't look it. What's Chad up to? Yep, I'm sure it'll be explained in due time, but either way. His hair was not always that long in the game, he just had it in a ponytail. I don't know, that doesn't... It seems a little... I'm not sure I fully buy that explanation. Ah well, I suppose time will tell. Alright, so then... Get this over here. Interesting that they set it up as QTEs when I could theoretically just... dash off immediately. Oh, this is why they set it up, so I wouldn't be afraid to do this. Alright, fair enough. Alright, so... Never mind that that's not how physics works, but... Well, eventually you fall from a great height, even... Falling into water will kill you. Eventually. Probably not from that distance, to be fair, but still. Alright, that'll... Archaic, huh? I are amused. Alright, so they've effectively reduced us to basics. So it'll be a matter of clawing our way back up to normal. Or at least where we were before. Makes sense. Is this where they do their wide shot in keeping with how they introduced Breath of the Wild? Actually, yes, it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Oh, wow. Oh boy, am I gonna have to worry about... Hang on, do I have control? No, they're going into cutscene mode. Cool. Hello. I probably should be concerned about falling from this height, but, I'm just gonna roll with it. Yeah, I feel like falling from that height should have killed you, but never mind me. Alright, doesn't look like I can dive underwater yet. I'll probably need to build up more stamina before the game will let me do that. Otherwise, they'd give me a tutorial prompt to that effect. So now that we're here... when's Dimitri gonna give me more tutorial prompts? Ah, yes, the thing we do for every... well, for every game now that Breath of the Wild established it. Okay. Alright, cool. Hooray. Can I knock it down? Okay, so the Master Sword is effectively... Oh, hi. Well, this is bad. I don't have any good options. Oh. Hooray! Hooray, I have a stick. And it somehow does more weapon than even a damaged... Now, well. Alright, so I can knock weapons out of enemy hands, as expected. But this... Soldier Construct Horn. Okay. Hang on, there's more pieces? Zonai Charge. Okay. Well, I suppose the Master Sword will eventually return, given that it's a more permanent item, if it works the same way as it did in Breath of the Wild. What's Chad up to? There's an armor set in Breath of the Wild that has Link's hair down. His hair is the same length as his hair here. Alright, fair enough. I guess it's more obvious since that parts of it aren't, well, linked back. Oh, what's over here? Ooh. A wooden stick, as opposed to a stick. Alright, cool. Although, to be fair, this one looks like it's actually been carved into something that more resembles a weapon, so I guess I can't complain that much. Not too much to that. Is there anything worth climbing in for these at the moment? Huh, it pauses the game outright instead of just slowing it down. Thought it only paused it before. I mean, that's a welcome change given the circumstance. Who might you be? Why does that symbol look like a broom? Oh, lovely. Are you an enemy? No, you're acting curiously. Link, I have waited for you. Princess Zelda left something for you in my care. Ah, the Sheikah Slate. Well, the not Sheikah Slate. Well, this is the Pura Pad. I am told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with direction. How would you... Okay. How long has it been then? I wonder. Alright, let's take a look-see. Alright, so it's before the map. Adventure log, so... you find yourself on a strange island in the sky after you awoke. A steward construct claimed that Princess Zelda gave it her Pura Pad, all to get it into your hands. The device's map shows a yellow point of light. The construct said that's where you'll find the princess. I guess we'll run into that in about 2 seconds. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have now passed it on to you. My records indicate that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. My message has been delivered. Where am I? We stand in the Garden of Time. The Temple of Time is visible from here. It was used in the distant past. Many rites and ceremonies of the kingdom were held there. But no more. Now it is a lonely place. No one visits. Well, if it's in the middle of the sky, it might be hard to. Okay, so that's my objective then, huh? Take a look-see. Okay, so, fastest way over there will be to follow along here. Alright, let's keep it moving. I'm assuming this has some effect on the terrain, since they've shown it once already. Alright, cool. So who's the guy over here then? Alright, I'm trying to remember. Actually, easy solution. Well, I thought that would work. Oh, that did work, actually. Excellent. Why climb for him when you can knock him down, right? Hang on a minute. Now, who might you be? Hello. You seem to be new here. Be wary of soldier constructs as you travel this way. Soldier constructs? Soldier constructs are those of us given strict orders to protect this land. The Zonai who created us directed them to eliminate trespassers. They will consider you a trespasser too. You must treat them as a serious threat. Allow me to offer unsolicited advice. It is crucial to maintain a proper distance and target your opponent. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. I don't know, I think I can do well enough. You may practice targeting on me if you want. Oh, but please do not actually attack. Yeah. Okay, you don't like me throwing stuff either, huh? So if I'm to get down there... It looks like my only recourse is to jump off then. See, can I at least jump into water? Yes, I can. Okay. And then it looks like it's a relatively straight shot over to where Zelda asked me to go, correct? Relatively speaking, anyway. Alright, let's go. Hang on, what are you? Not a frog? Yeah, possibly. Given that I've got so little stamina, I probably don't have much strength in order to go pursuing stuff like that right now. Then again... soldier construct. I wonder if I can get the jump on it. Nope, apparently not. Well, maybe I could have, but still. Well, that was simple enough. So... I wonder how much I should be exploring off the beaten path thus far. Hang on, what are you? A bird. Huh? What all lies within? Ah, shit. Not quite according to plan, but I'll take it. Ah, crap, wrong move. Okay, it's gonna take me a while to do these things again. Alright. Oh yeah, I just eat them from here. Right. Okay, go. Alright, that's one. Alright, that's the stick gone. Equip a different one then. Good. I'm surprised that for ancient constructs they'd be using just sticks though. You'd think they'd want to... Yeah, I figured it out eventually, Gilgamesh. Right, I can throw stuff as well if it's getting badly damaged. Probably the best way to handle it if I think a weapon's about to break. Especially if I've already got some distance on the target. Alright. Getting there. How much inventory do I have? They're being... Oh, they aren't giving me too much information as to how much I have, actually. Well, we'll see. Ooh. Ah, I roasted that. But it is yours if you want. You roast them? Oh, I had not noticed before that you were unfamiliar to me. My apologies. Among my tasks is to explain anything that visitors might require knowledge of. You may have questions about this place. Please rest assured that a construct can answer them. I recall that your question was about roasting food. I roast them by placing them beside the fire. I do not eat, but I am given to understand that it improves the taste. Our creators roasted ingredients in order to enhance their nutritional value. You have ingredients. I invite you to use this fire to roast them. Hang on, was there something about taking? Oh, that was probably just talk. Alright, how long does it take to roast? Neat! I probably roast the apples the same. Whoops. Well, I suppose that simplifies things a little bit for me. Cast it into the fire! Roast it! Alrighty. There we go. Alright, can I get up there? Let's find out. Pretty sure I use less stamina if I don't dash. Yep. There we go. Probably didn't need to worry over much about it this time, though. Okay, so it's mostly flat. Looks like I can get up. Oh, wrong button. Okay. So B to dash then. X to jump and climb. Hello, you. Ah, heck. Wow, how am I already getting this beat up? I am amazing at my jump. There we go. Well, ooh, nice. Excellent. Alright, so when I'm facing someone, I can just use this now. Excellent. Alrighty. Make sure I'm in good shape, and then we'll carry on. Is there any easy way to save from this point? Or do I have to go... Or am I contingent on waypoints and whatnot? What's that about?
That door will open only to those with sufficient power. I'm sorry. I did not intend to startle you. It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally belonged to me. I am Raru. Forgive me for appearing to you in this manner. Unfortunately, I no longer have a physical form. In any case, that arm should allow you to open this door. It seems to have lost the power to do so. You might be able to restore it, but you would need to enter a place filled with sacred light. Ah, of course. Why not visit the shrines on this island? The shrines. Yes, I'm sure they are the key.
Alrighty then, we'll see what these shrines have to say for themselves. Are they the new version of the Sheikah temples, whatever they were? Alrighty. Light spirals above each, huh? Is there an easy place to save? Let's see, save in the menu? Where is the menu? Hang on. Ah, there we are. Excellent. That keeps things simple. Let's see, how long should I go with this? Well, we'll see to at least one of these shrines. Then I can hopefully get a good barometer for how long I should keep going for this. I wonder if I can survive that drop. Let's see, so... Let's see, looks like one of the shrines may have been over here. Alright, so there's one. Where are the other ones? Or, more accurately, are any of the others? There's one up there. Let's see, I was always bad at orienteering, so let's see how accurate I am. So, it looks like it's about... It's directly in front of me. Probably this over here. Are there any others that are in vision range? And it looks like it's just those two for now. Well, let's go to the one that should be easier to access. At least for the moment. Alright, good. I can't drop down. At least enough to matter. Or the soldier constructs. I'll need to forge pretty consistently if I'm gonna keep letting them beat me up like this. Arrows? What, is that one armed with a sheet? Hang on. If there are arrows here, then that means that one must be armed with a bow. Wonder if I can sneak up on it. You can set markers in first person? Ah, that's useful. Wow, that broadsword didn't last long. Well, at least I've got a way to attack people from range now. Ooh, decent number of arrows, actually. That gives me, what, 8? Nice. Okay, let me get up there. How best to do so? Let's climb up here and get a good vantage point. Okay, so there's a stairwell over there. Anything interesting up this way? This looks like some... Wasn't there something on a trailer where you could use these as a grind rail of some sort? Well, either way. Yeah, it looks like I will want to use that feature for setting markers then. Alright, cool. And it looks like it's being affected by the gyro as well. I'll need to keep that in mind if I'm going to keep it enabled. And busted. Ah well, it lasted for a little bit, I suppose. Interesting that the place has been left. Well, I guess they have to show some sign of disrepair so that it justifies us to explore a little bit more. Shield what? Not sure I understand what you're asking me to do, Gilgamesh. Ooh, rush room, nice. Oh yeah, another one. And they set them up to where they guide you to climbing up for them. Smart game design. The introductory area seems solid so far, at least to introduce the broad strokes. And now that we've got the same deal here, they don't need to give the rush rooms as any sort of incentive. We just know to do it now. Good stuff. Let's see what lies within. Small loading screen, I presume? Yep. Here we are.
Ah.
So you've made it here. This is a shrine of light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe this light will restore an ability your right arm has lost. Now then, extend your hand. Ah, subtle. So are these the new Sheikah powers? Well, Sheikah Slate powers? Yep. This is the Ultra Hand ability. It allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. With it, you will be able to build a great number of things. Really, anything you can imagine. Use Ultra Hand and receive the blessing from this shrine. Alrighty then. I guess that's how they justify keeping this sort of similar to Zelda. Alright, so we can then... Alright, it's gonna take me a little bit to get used to this. Especially since the gyro's still active. Right idea, not quite the right execution. Okay. Alright, here's what we do. Okay, scoot back a little bit so you can... If you're going to be... Ah, I see. There we go. Some of the Ultra Hand builds are insane. Oh, is this how all those, all the ridiculous builds I've seen online are made? Okay. Alright, I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. I'm assuming I have to stick two of these together then? Most likely. Yes, I do. I'm assuming that was the intent of this, so that it can properly explain the mechanics to me. Hopefully it didn't overlap too much, but I think we're good. Maybe I should just turn off gyro instead. Just be throwing me off. Just the slightest bit. Ah, not quite, huh? Let's try again. Actually, let's unstick it so that I can move it more, well, so that I can mess with it a little more. Yeah, let's get a bit more distance, because presumably... Yeah, this is probably all I needed to do. I just needed to give it a little bit more distance. At least that's what I assume. Oh yes, that should be no trouble now. Yep, no trouble whatsoever. Hang on a minute. I have an idea. Aha! Probably not the way they intended me to solve this, but you know what? If it works, it works. The very dumb way to solve this. Alright. See how that ends up being useful later, I suppose. Now. People made airplanes, mechs, torch device, and have used them to move NPCs. So basically for everything then. And it looks like right now they want me to use it for some very specific purpose. I'm assuming so that they can... Ah, I see. I need to cross this distance, and I need to use the pieces over here in order to form something useful. Presumably. So, need to flatten this out, pop it down here. That should do for now. And then I need to stick one of them on top. Actually, how's the other one? Actually, eerie. I don't need much for the sake of getting over there, do I? Alright. Can we jump on now? Yes, we can. Nice. Whoops, wrong button. I mean, if putting my hand through it is fine, surely sending my whole body through will work just fine, right? Clearly. You have done well to reach this place. We offer this light that will cleanse you. We offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. Alrighty then. May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. Alright. No special animation to bring us back, huh? Yeah, that's fair. Okay. You did very well getting through that shrine, and you've restored an ability. This is wonderful. If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door to the Temple of Time. You may want to mark the shrines in the distance with pins, then you'll never lose track of where they are. The Purapad offers you a very useful scope. It's quite handy. Yep. Well, it looks like there was what you mentioned earlier in chat. Cool. Are there any other points that I want to mark? Let's make sure we've got a proper mark on that one. Oh, actually, I did mark it properly. Excellent. So, now I just need to get over to that guy. Actually, wait. What am I seeing over there? First, I can get rid of this boy. Oh. Alright, probably just want to go into the map to look at those. Enough. Now, what exactly am I seeing over there? I'm assuming I can't reach what's over there yet? Oh yeah, not at all. Well, I'll keep it marked as a curiosity then. Alright, so now that they've introduced that concept, I should be able to move more freely to the others, right? Yeah, if I go over there, I should be able to create something that will allow me to bridge the gap now. In theory, anyway. Although, I guess time will tell as to what I'll be able to manipulate with this ability. Presumably quite a lot, but I guess time will tell, won't it? Oh, more arrows for me to collect? Don't mind if I do. I'll have to abuse the hell out of them later, since you've been courteous enough to give me this many. Although I suppose if I want to be... I suppose if I want to live dangerously, I could just walk along it. Or I could actually use what's here. That makes way too much sense, right? Now. There we go. Got this, just to... There we go. And we're off. Alright, good enough for my sake, I suppose. Even if it eventually figured itself out. What's that over there? Oh, it's just the spirit. Not an axe. Can I pick it up? I gotta drop something, huh? Well, I probably don't have much use for the sticks anymore, so may as well grab that if only for the sake of getting something hopefully better. Alright, something that, in case I need... in case I need something a little more durable. Got it. So, what brings you over here? I see they're still at work even now. We originally created the constructs to assist in our endeavors. All of us were fond of them. I never imagined they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks to this day. The fact that their labor no longer serves any purpose, yet they perform it still. It is disquieting to me. I can imagine. Hang on a sec. Oh, I can use this wood as well? Here's what I'm curious about. Can I break these up? Maybe if I use the axe. Man, excellent. I don't know how much I realistically need, but still. Fix your gaze forward, face it head on. Pardon me, I was absorbed in my woodcutting. Are you here for woodcutting too? Is the Yeah. Let's see. Alright, so we got the place to ourselves for a bit. Ooh, another good axe. Excellent. So we got a little bit of leeway if we need it. I guess that's what was meant by needing to form a platform, huh? Although it looks like we've already got one pre-made for us here. I just need to bring it over and wow, that's a frame rate dip and a half. Holy crap. Looks like it needs to be extended a little bit if it's going to be used as a proper bridge. Holy crap, that frame drop. Alright. In theory, I don't need too much for the sake of what I have in mind. Probably just slap it down right here and call it a day. Given the circumstances. It should be enough for what I wish to do. At least in theory. Nope, I don't want to lose you. Not entirely. Okay. Let's try something a little different then. What if... This is probably not the way you're supposed to do it, but if it works, it works. And again, if I hadn't broken up all those others, I guess I wouldn't have much to worry about, would I? Oh. Yep, we're gonna thread the needle on this one. Alright, probably not the smart way to do it, but then again, if I were smart, I wouldn't have gone chopping for everything. I suppose I could have cut down trees to get more of what I needed. Still. Also, what the heck is this? Why is it just floating? Huh. Is it just a static platform in the middle of the sky, then? Interesting. I wonder if that'll... Oh, is that in order for me to get over there? Can I just put it anywhere, then? Apparently so. And it can be used for climbing as well. Interesting. Looks like I can't lift it upward while I'm standing on it, though. I suspect then the best use of it would be if I were to lay it out a little above me, since I know I can climb on this now. So we'll lay it out to where... Yeah, this should work better. Alright, so... a bit like this. Before I do this, let's make sure I save real quick. Oh, jeez. And that's why we saved. That's what I get for holding down B, I guess. We moved it back over. Oh well, easily fixed, I suppose. Alright. Doesn't seem close enough. What if I moved it... Actually, I'd probably be better off moving it over here then, so I can... Yeah, this looks like it'll be easier to jump to, so let's try this then. Oh, perfect. Now, what exactly is over here? Besides a... well, besides a box. Or amber, huh? Alrighty then. Oh. Cool. Yeah, I know. Yeet! Anything else of note on this island? Hello. I guess it would make sense to see a dragon up here. I think that's what that was anyway. What's that, I wonder? Can I shoot it? I mean, technically I can, but it doesn't seem to have any... Hang on. Ah, I can get my arrow back. Kinda surprised it didn't break, but I'm not gonna complain. Okay. How much longer do I want to go on this? Let's see, I've got those 2 shrines marked out. Honestly, this probably wouldn't be a bad time to call it for the night, given that I do still have a video I need to react to. So, with that in mind, yeah, that's where we'll call it for tonight. So, if you're just here for gameplay, that is where we will call it. Spent longer than I normally do on one of these nights, but you know what? There was plenty to look at, plenty to discuss, and yeah. Alrighty. So thus far, it looks like the introductory area is in good shape. A little clunky with the controls, but that's more my inabilities rather than the game, so I can't necessarily pin anything on the game yet. At this point, it looks like I may end up having to disable gyro, although the problem is that I kind of wish I could selectively disable gyro, because I think for aiming, I think I would prefer it because I am a PC gamer and I find motion control aiming to be slightly easier than console aiming, well, dual analog stick aiming. But for at least the power that they started us out with, I don't know if I'd really use the gyro or if it would just end up getting in the way. I do wonder about that. Still, there we are. So, there's one final thing to see to now that we have saved. Let me just make sure. Yep. Alright, cool. So, I guess one last thing to see to then is a video that Gilgamesh wished me to view. So, let's go ahead and take a look-see. React submissions. Or was it something that was DM'd? Pretty sure it was something that was DM'd. Let me check. There it is. So, why are emulators legal? Dolphin vs. Nintendo and the fate of emulation. Alright, let me go ahead and switch things up a little bit. Alright, switch can go off. Let me rearrange my setup so that I'm in React mode. Alright, move Discord out of the way, close Task Manager, get the scripts out of the way. You don't need to see my Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hope script that I was looking at this morning. Alright, set up a window, copy the link. Oh wow, this is a long video. I'm not sure I have a... Well, you know what? It's a Saturday. It is a Saturday. So, unless Gilgamesh... Actually, you know what? I can always poke into Discord. It seems like they're still having their conversation. Hello.
Hey, bro. Welcome back.
We were discussing the manga.
Okay, fair enough. So, I was about to go look at that video that you sent through
Sent it
DMs.
directly to you.
Yes, and
Yeah,
I noticed that it's 42 minutes, so I don't know if I'll necessarily want to tackle it tonight, but... You know what? I've been holding it off long enough, so I'll go ahead and see to it, but this is going to be a long one. We're going to be here for the next hour.
You want to play it on... Do you want to play it in the voice connect?
It might look a little wonky for you guys, though, since that I'm stretching it over a 4K screen.
Also, bro, I was told the guys about Scorched 3D, and I think Lou, or whoever it was, mentioned that he was big on Scorched Earth, so... And I informed him that at the wiki link that at one of the weapons he liked, the Funky Bomb was in.
Oh boy. Either way, so we've got a video to watch, so I guess you're the one who recommended it to it. Maybe you'll have more insights on it, Gilgamesh.
It's a video on the emulation law. And Nintendo versus Dolphin.
Yep. By my basic understanding, emulation itself is legal because you're not actually recreating the device, you are just creating a you're just effectively emulating it or trying to come up with a novel way to run the system. However, the problem is
Dolphin
that
emulator.
Dolphin
emulator for us would allow us to play our Wii games on our computers.
Yeah, but the difficulty is that in theory, if I wanted to, I could take my GBA copy of Fire Emblem the Sacred Stones, find a way to rip it open, extract a ROM from it, and throw it into Visual Boy Advance, and that would be perfectly legal. The problem is most of us are just going to go online and get a ROM illegal. So, That's where all the gray area comes in, by my normie understanding. So let's go ahead and take a look to see what this
On May
has to say for
27th,
itself.
2023, the Dolphin Emulator Foundation announced that the Steam release for their Dolphin emulator would be indefinitely postponed.
And I had turned on.
The reason cited for this post.
Let's use the.
Okay. Maybe I should dip out. Maybe I should just watch this on my own if you're going to interrupt, brother.
Hey. Oh, sorry. Thought we were going. Yeah. Not really following along with it.
Well, it is late, so I could either watch this on my own or either way. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
For now, I'm going to keep watching this.
Postponement, as per the Dolphin website, was this. We, meaning Dolphin, were notified by Valve that Nintendo has issued a cease and desist, citing the DMCA against Dolphin's Steam page, and have removed Dolphin from Steam until the matter is settled. On the surface, the matter appears straightforward. Dolphin is making something that Nintendo doesn't like, an emulator, and Dolphin wants Valve to distribute their emulator via Valve's distribution platform, Steam. Nintendo, in response, issues a cease and desist pursuant to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act to take down the emulator, and Valve complies. However, despite how straightforward this may all seem, the reality is complicated. Let me take you on a journey. A magical journey of corporate law, intellectual property law, business ethics, and corporate governance. I'm sure that sounds miserable, but I think...
I'm sure that sounds miserable, huh? We'll see about that.
I think you'll be surprised by what you learn. And by the end of the video, I hope to leave you both with a comprehensive understanding of the legality of emulation and some insight into the careful ways that large companies in the gaming space do business.
Alrighty then.
But first, a word from our returning sponsor.
Alright, I've heard these brilliant sponsors a couple times already, so no shame on them for adding a sponsor and all that fun stuff, but since we've got a long video, we're going to go ahead and skip over that.
Really bright, when you could be brilliant.
Okay, cheeky. Moving on.
Our story is a tale of two companies, but of three actors. On one side of the field...
Why are you showing a Wargroove cutscene?
We have Nintendo, a massive publicly owned company, which possesses some of the world's most valuable intellectual properties.
What's the most random bit of Wargroove footage that I've ever seen? How's that going to connect? I mean, the only connecting tissue is Advance Wars, which is one of the more obscure Nintendo titles. That's an odd one to bring out for this.
And on the other side of the field, we have Valve, a privately owned company responsible for Half-Life and its derivatives, the Steam Deck, and the largest digital distribution platform for PC gaming, Steam. Caught in between these two behemoths is the Dolphin Emulator project. Dolphin is...
Well, at least it starts to match when you throw in the trailer for Wargroove 2 when you've got literal pirates.
Is, as we stated, an emulator. It's software that can mimic the
What was that about
capabilities
Wargroove
of a
2?
video.
Oh, he was using random Wargroove footage, which I didn't think necessarily meshed all that well, and he sort of brought it together by showing a trailer of Wargroove 2 where there were literal pirates, but still, I do wonder about this.
Game console. In this case, Dolphin emulates
you still what?
I'll be curious to see where this video goes. Moving on.
Produces the Nintendo GameCube and Wii consoles, allowing one to play GameCube games or Wii games generally in the form of
guys
digital
added
copies.
some stuff.
What now?
Seems like someone's added some laugh track, sound effects to them.
What are you talking about?
Oh, soundboard.
What? Generic? Who put that there? I didn't put that there. Okay, do I need to go... Thank you for letting me know that I need to... Hang on, how did you guys do that?
I think that was you.
It was not me, I know that for sure.
Was it me either? The only one is Mr. Noob Cube, who I think is Lou.
Okay. Let's see.
And the laugh track
I need to go
is a
mess
bit
with
long.
Thank you for letting me know that I need to go messing with community permissions to not allow that.
Was it me?
Wasn't me.
It was probably Lou.
I just noticed now.
Oh, yep, it was definitely Lou.
Hey.
Okay.
I got rid of it.
Thank you.
Anything I would have added would have been something that would have been and perfectly that I would feel you would be okay with.
I already have problems with the default ones, but never mind. Let's see. So, where's the permission? Rules. So, default permissions. Let's sound.
We may as well keep this in mind, so that way, hey, we can. Might as well keep this in mind, and so that way for our our stream stuff, if ever we're doing it with multiple people, all we can and have that set up.
But how are you able? Where's the permission? Actually,
as for the one with the Jolly Roger sign, I think that one came up from someone, from one of the guys getting a notification and it leading into it was speakers or something.
Well, for now, until I figure out the particulars, I'll just disable the soundboard entirely.
That's fine.
Oh, come on!
I will figure out the particulars when it is not 10 p.m. at night.
Fair enough.
Besides, you've always got the private DMs for that, right, brother? Oh boy. Either way, back to the video. Let us be courteous to the person presenting to us.
Of said games called ROMs, which is short for read-only memory. The Dolphin Emulator project has been developing their emulator for the past 20 years. Development has been slow but very steady, and at present, the Dolphin Emulator is arguably more capable than the original consoles it emulates. For example, the GameCube and Wii consoles only support up to a 480p resolution. Dolphin, however, like most emulators, allows for arbitrary resolution, and as such, if higher resolution textures are modded into a game, you can play games originally designed for 480p in whatever resolution you'd like. Dolphin also supports spatial anti-aliasing, anisotropic filtering, and a host of other neat features. Despite its complexity, however, the Dolphin emulator is completely free to download and use. The Dolphin Emulator project is completely open source and has over 200 contributors as per Dolphin's own FAQ.
Using the GPL license, huh? That's one of the most common ones in relation to, let's see, I believe the acronym is for GNU Private License, which is part of another acronym. It basically it's one of the biggest distributors as part of the Linux ecosystem.
Dolphin's internal analytics showed that it had over 50,000 users in 2017. That number is likely substantially higher as of 2023, at a zero maybe. Now moving, I can hear you ask.
I'm hearing a lot of background noise. Is everything okay?
I'm just moving some stuff, don't worry.
Alrighty.
Can Dolphin just take Nintendo consoles, remake them, and then release them for free? Isn't that illegal? Well, I'm glad you asked. You always ask the best questions, you know? Let's talk very not so briefly then, about the legality of emulation. You might be surprised to hear this, but the law around emulation is not nearly as settled as you might think. If you enjoy using emulators or are plugged into the dialogue around emulation, you might have heard that emulators are legal. I might have even said as much in another video. And a quick search online seems to confirm that. Every non-lawyer source states in their articles on emulation that emulators, the console mimics, are legal, but ROMs, the game mimics, are not.
Well, that's my normie understanding, so let's take a look and see what he has to say for it.
Let me ask you though, what are emulators legal pursuant to? In other words, it's great that everyone believes that emulators are legal, but why are they legal? What is the basis for their legality? Well, there's no act of Congress protecting emulation. There is no Supreme Court ruling protecting emulation. And we've seen how even Supreme Court rulings aren't exactly ironclad protection.
Oh yeah, definitely bringing that in. Yeah, definitely.
No. Emulation is protected by a single precedential ruling in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that is now over 20 years old. A ruling that merely interprets a narrow clause in the DMCA. Sony Computer Entertainment Incorporated versus Connectix Corp. Connectix Corporation was a software and hardware company, notable for developing Virtual, a hardware device that introduced virtual memory to Mac OS many years before Apple itself would do so. In July of 1998, Connectix began development of the Virtual Game Station, a PlayStation emulator for Macintosh consoles. To create this Virtual Game Station, Connectix reverse-engineered the PlayStation's BIOS firmware, commercially releasing their emulator in January of 1999.
Commercially releasing it? Oh boy, now I see why this was a lawsuit. Commercially releasing it? Yeah, that would throw things out of whack. And this was 99. Remind me, was the... Actually, here, I'll pull up a different Brave tab real quick and find out. What was the PlayStation's run? Well, the original PlayStation anyway. So let's see. Consoles, PlayStation. Okay, it ran from, so released in, let's see, 94 for Japan, near the end of 94, and then 95 for the majority of the world. So, and then lifespan is generally considered to be 94 to 2006. Actually, easier way to find out, when did the PlayStation 2 release? Released in 2000. Okay, so by this point, it wasn't necessary. I can definitely see why this would have upset PlayStation, because at this point, yeah, if this is releasing before the PlayStation 2 even exists, yeah, that would upset them, because then suddenly there's less reason to buy the consoles. That is the whole point of console exclusivity, and that's probably why Nintendo gets annoyed whenever someone emulates their stuff.
In response to the emulator's release, Sony filed a complaint alleging that Connectix had violated Sony's intellectual property rights, including but not limited to copyright infringement. The lower court, the district court, initially held in favor of Sony, awarding Sony an injunction that blocked Connectix from copying or using Sony BIOS code to develop their emulator, and from selling the emulators they had developed. Connectix appealed the ruling, however, and the Ninth Circuit ruled 3-0 in favor of Connectix, a great result for emulation, surely. But here's the kicker. The scope of the ruling was pretty narrow. Here's what the Ninth Circuit ruled, and take note of this, as this is arguably the strongest legal framework we have to support the legality of emulation. In other words, this is it, the court's argument in consideration of each of the elements of fair use. Number 1. The nature of the copyrighted work. How much copyright protection does PlayStation actually have? Well, PlayStation firmware, and thus we can assume other console firmware, falls under a lesser degree of copyright protection that allows for examination and use of the examined code. In other words, you can look behind the curtain, see how the PlayStation is put together code-wise, and copy parts of it, but not the whole thing, to make something of your own.
That's fair. Otherwise, there would literally never be iteration or innovation within the software space. That's entirely fair.
Number 2. The amount and substantiality of the portion used. How much and how often did Connectix use infringing copyrighted materials? Well, pursuant to number 1, the answer is none. PlayStation has a lesser degree of copyright protection, thus the code pulled from examination of the console and used is not infringing. As such,
hang on, play that again?
The code pulled from examination of the console and used is not infringing. As such, the final product contains no copyrighted infringing material. Number 3, the purpose and character of the use. What was the copyrighted material used for? Well, if the court already says that your console has a lesser degree of copyright protection, and that as such there is no infringement, the best argument you can make here is that Connectix infringed upon your copyright by making intermediate copies that were infringing while working on the non-infringing emulator. The court held that making said intermediate copies prevented wasted effort, which is one of the very purposes of fair use. In other words, nothing was wrong here either. And finally, number 4. The effect of the use upon the potential market. How badly does this emulator affect Sony's business and/or the market at large? Well, the court found that since the Virtual Game Station emulator allows for PlayStation games to be played on a Mac, the competition presented by Connectix is legitimate. In other words, although Sony seeks control over the market for devices that play games Sony produces or licenses, the copyright law, and I quote, does not confer such a monopoly.
And based on the text, it looks like, hang on, is there better? Looks like the subtitles are auto-generated. Can we get something better? I'll just shut them off then. If we need them, we can bring them back.
If you recall the Sega video, you might remember what aspect of intellectual property does confer such a monopoly, the answer to which is patents. But we'll get to that later. The court also touched...
Actually, wait, if you get into... Oh, geez. Patent law and software. Name the least iconic duo. It's hard to get worse than that. There's so much fun surrounding copyright, patents, and software. This is... I can see why this video is 42 minutes. We could be here for a while just getting into that tangled mess.
Briefly on a trademark issue in this case, noting that the Virtual Game Machine trademark did not substantially dilute the PlayStation trademark. So that was a pretty dense section. Let's break that down into its simplest terms. This ruling allows you to reverse engineer a console to make an emulator. It allows you to use, but not completely copy, copyrighted BIOS software in the process.
Well, if you're only reverse engineering it, then that gives you a decent amount of leeway, although that's a shakier argument.
And this ruling allows you to sell that emulator without infringing upon a trademark.
I'm not surprised they do let you sell it, but then again, patent versus copyright, so here we go.
Now, a few of you in the audience might have been quite confused when I cited to Sony v. Connectix as the single foundation for emulator law, as there is a lot of mistaken understanding that emulation protections actually derive from a different Ninth Circuit decision in Sony vs. Bleem LLC. Bleem is somewhat famous, after all, for winning an emulation lawsuit versus Sony, isn't it? Well, that lawsuit really didn't touch very much upon the legality of emulation itself, even though emulators were implicated. And the Bleem case cites directly to Connectix, stating, and I quote, "We have already ruled that the emulator is not a violation of the copyright law. See Connectix." So what happened? Well, in 1999, Bleem LLC developed an emulator that made it possible to play PlayStation games on a standard PC. To advertise the difference between the Bleem emulator and the PlayStation, Bleem utilized screenshots to advertise the same scene displayed on a PlayStation, hooked up to a TV, and the Bleem emulator on the PC.
Even back then, PC Master Race, huh?
The PC emulator, not unlike Dolphin and the GameCube, was able to run the PlayStation game at a higher resolution, thus allowing for a much more impressive screenshot. The side-by-side comparison was then used in advertising. Sony sued Bleem over the use of the screenshots, not over the creation of the emulator.
Oh, really? That is a new level of petty.
And the Ninth Circuit would find that Bleem's use of screenshots was fair use. However, where this case gets interesting isn't in the legal precedent that it sets, but in the social precedent that it sets. The outcome of the lawsuit is not the only way to hurt a party using the law. Bleem was able to crawl away from the victory against Sony over the advertisements, but just barely. It's one thing to take a case to the district court, and it's another thing entirely to appeal such a case and take it to the Ninth Circuit. These kinds of legal proceedings are extremely expensive, maybe not to Sony, but to Bleem it absolutely was, and Bleem's sales weren't nearly enough to cover the cost of legal proceedings. Sony then went in for the killing blow, filing another lawsuit, this time accusing Bleem of unfair competition and patent infringement.
Of course.
And while this was happening, with Bleem having to defend their patents to the tune of $1 million in legal fees per patent, Sony was attempting to obstruct Bleem's development of more games for their Bleemcast emulator, and was threatening to pull their own products from retailers who dared to stock Bleem products. The legal pressure built to a breaking point, and despite Sony never winning a lawsuit against Bleem, Bleem shut down in November of 2001. The last vestige of Bleem to go was their website, upon which they displayed a picture of Sonic the Hedgehog tearfully holding a flower next to a Bleem gravestone.
So they took the Disney approach to shut it down, just throw money at it until it goes away. Sounds about right.
A very sad sight. That was also later removed after Sega.
You good? Yes, so.
Ironically, threatened to sue.
That's a silly meme.
So in the midst of all that law and analysis, did you manage to understand what is legal, what isn't legal, and what still remains unclear? Well, let me break it down for you in the clearest and simplest terms that I can. For emulators, it is legal to reverse engineer an emulator pursuant to fair use. You can make copies of software for development purposes too. You can ostensibly play a game for a console you legitimately purchased on an emulator if the latter is also legal. And you can also sell an emulator if you do so very, very carefully. As we saw with Bleem, and we will see in a later example, even if you do everything right legally, you might still run into some opposition and you won't necessarily prevail commercially. It is illegal to reverse engineer emulators that use the whole code of the original console BIOS, and arguably also illegal to use an ill-defined, large enough chunk of that original console code. How much triggers that large enough is uncertain.
Yeah, and this is why nobody wants to go near the case because, well, you set the wrong precedent and it becomes a much thornier subject that could destroy everything for decades, and especially with software in general, because depending on what that quote-unquote chunk entails, that could have serious ramifications not just in emulation, but software in general. So yeah, no one wants to go near this subject if they can avoid it.
and it is unclear as to whether it is legal to use an emulator even with legally owned software. In other words, it's legal to create an emulator by reverse engineering. It is illegal to create an emulator by outright copying code, and it is not legally clear whether you, the gamer, can use the emulator even with software that you physically owned and legally purchased. And for ROMs, it is legal to download and use public domain ROMs only. It is illegal to download and use so-called active ROMs, and here's where we dispel an enormous myth of emulation. It is not legal to play a ROM of an active IP game if you downloaded it.
Define active IP game, though.
Even if you own the game itself. If you downloaded the ROM or received the ROM from a friend and played it, you have broken the law. What is not as clear is whether or not you can make a backup of a game that you already own.
But I'm actually kind of surprised that that's still unclear based on that wording, because you'd think it's my copy, I can do whatever the hell I want with it. Why wouldn't that be legal? That seems like a precedent that I'm surprised hasn't been set, even with people avoiding the subject like the plague.
Even that isn't necessarily legal. If you own a copy of, say, The Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth 2, Rise of the Witch King, and you make your own backup copy of that game, and choose to play it, that might be legal, but it isn't necessarily. If you downloaded the game, but did not make your own copy, you have, arguably, broken the law as we currently understand it to be. But wait, I hear you say, what about the Digital Millennium Copyright Act? Wasn't the Ninth Circuit ruling of Sega vs. Accolade codified in the DMCA? Well, first and foremost, I'm impressed that you remembered all of that from the Sega video, but the answer is yes and no. The DMCA was codified in 1998, and it provides the language protecting reverse engineering to some extent. The Bleem case and the Connectix case both came after, in 1999 to 2000. And these cases distinguished this clause, 17 USC section 1201F. If you're curious, I'll link it in the description, and helped to clarify our understanding of this clause, but the DMCA itself contains no further assistance with regards to emulation per se. To make a long story very short, emulation, much like a lot of intellectual property law with regards to video games, is almost entirely unsettled, and relies on case law from a Ninth Circuit ruling that was decided in the same year that TLC released its hit single No Scrubs. It's a decision that is 4 years older than MySpace.
Oh god.
So now you know the law, but you know more than the law. You also know the conditions of the law, which is to say, you can see how the entire edifice of emulation law hangs precariously
are they delving
on the
into
cliff
this
of
time?
these vague
Huh? You're just hanging out at this point, aren't you, brother?
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing else you have to say. There's no... feel free to drop out, I suppose. We're just going to be watching this video for the rest of the time.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting video that
Yeah.
does...
Yeah, because I mainly got out what I want to say, apart from one other detail. I was hoping to that at the next time we do Sonic Racing Transform, to have Sonic Dash stream it as a B-Day gift. It was meant to be done on around July 3rd.
You can work out the details with him.
His birthday. But now, whenever we do it, I'll still have it be him be the one to host it, since he's the as a belated B-Day gift. Yeah, if memory serves, nearly all of you still need to do all of the mirror mode variants of the racetracks.
We can worry about all that later.
That's the only thing on the track.
For now. Guess we'll see you around then, brother.
Yeah. See you around.
Bye.
Anything we want to do tomorrow, bro, or?
I'll be like, well, I mean, per our conversation here, I'll be streaming Xenoblade 2 tomorrow morning, but otherwise, I'll be around.
What time tomorrow, by the way? Because I need to know when to wake up.
Ah, shoot. Let me think.
We share the same time zone. I tend to sleep in.
Let's see.
I probably
We're going
want to
pretty late now, so let's see. Depends on when I wake up. So I usually do Sunday morning streams. Well, when it's a morning, I'm used to doing it on a whim, so I probably around 9 a.m. CST.
Okay,
I'll shoot for that.
Yeah.
That should give me enough time to spend a hefty amount of time with the game and still have time for lunch.
Yeah, I probably may not attend because I'm not really a morning person, and then we'll be working on other stuff with Dad, helping with the men's axe retreat or whatever.
Oh yeah, he's involved with that now. Church-related
Yeah,
stuff
I'll
before you ask.
I'll wake up at 6 then.
Alrighty then. We'll see you around, brother.
Yeah. See you around, guys.
Alright, back to the video.
Interpretations of 20-year-old decisions. With this understanding, we can now take a closer look at what the legal stakes actually are in this conflict between Nintendo, Dolphin, and Valve.
Well, if it doesn't go any further than
this... In March of 2023, the Dolphin Project developers made a surprising announcement. Their emulator would be coming soon to Valve's Steam service in Q2 of 2023. The announcement also made its way to Steam in the form of a shop page for Dolphin, which provided the projected release date and noted that the Dolphin app does not come with games, and that you must own an original copy of any game you want to use with Dolphin. The announcement was accompanied by substantial skepticism. Some commentators stated what seemed to be obvious, that Nintendo would not take Dolphin publishing an emulator on Steam lying down, and that some action against the release must be forthcoming. Others, however, seemed adamant in their belief that the laws surrounding emulation would protect Dolphin from a cease and desist. After all, given the common understanding of emulation law, what would Nintendo's argument be for a DMCA takedown or cease and desist anyhow? Well, on May 26, 2023, around 2 months after Dolphin's Steam release announcement, Valve's legal department received a short but very carefully worded letter from the law firm Jenner & Block, LLP, representing the interests of Nintendo of America. And on May 27, 2023, this interaction comes to light. Dolphin updates its website blog stating that Dolphin's release on Steam has been indefinitely postponed.
Yep.
Dolphin's team further states that they were notified by Valve that Nintendo has issued a cease and desist, citing the DMCA against Dolphin's Steam page, and that they removed Dolphin from Steam until the matter is settled.
Alright, well, my memory on the exact exchange is a little vague, but that's close enough to my understanding of it to where it holds.
The team continued by stating that they are investigating their options and will have a more in-depth response in the near future. The wording of this blog post immediately raised a lot of conjecture. Did Nintendo go so far as to issue a DMCA takedown to Valve? Is Valve cooperating with Dolphin to quote-unquote investigate their options and formulate a response? There was some enthusiasm in the discourse. Would Valve and Lord Gaben wage war on Nintendo for the good of the people?
Clearly, they have never dealt with Steam. Steam is very hands-off nowadays. It is not the early days when it was only a couple years ago when... Oh geez, that's a lot of background noise. It's been a long time since the days of yore when Steam was a walled garden. Very long time since then. With how much demand has been thrown at the place and with how many different kinds of games there are, Valve is very hands-off. They just say, okay, well, we've got these filtering tools that are great for the individual user. Not a whole lot of people use them as much, but you know what? They make money hand over fist. There's still indie darlings that show up every now and then, so as long as you're not outright scamming someone, or there's no major copyright issue, they generally are hands-off. Anyone who expected Valve to be anything other than just cautious, yeah. I don't know what you're thinking.
This emulator debacle. Well, on or about May 28, 2023, PC Gamer claimed to have seen the legal notice received by Valve's legal department, and immediately they brought some interesting things to light. First, the letter was, in fact, more in line with a cease and desist and not a formal DMCA takedown. And second, we learned from PC Gamer's reporting that Valve itself was the one who brought Dolphin's Steam release to Nintendo's attention.
Yep.
But why should we rely on PC Gamer's reporting, as good as it is? As friends of a lawyer, you get inside access, so please find in the description a full link to the letter. Let's break it down together. Dear Valve Legal Department, I am an attorney with the law firm Jenner & Block, LLP, etc. Thank you for bringing the announced offering of the Dolphin emulator on Valve's Steam store to Nintendo's attention. So within that first paragraph, we can corroborate PC Gamer's reporting. It was Valve who rang the alarm bell and brought Dolphin's attempt to publish its emulator to Nintendo's direct attention, clear as day.
Yep, because Valve would be seeing that and think, we're gonna end up getting DMCA'd for this. and have to go through all sorts of rigmarole because Nintendo, and this is a very well-known emulator, because I think one of the comments in there had mentioned another emulator, I believe RetroArch. Let me remind myself what RetroArch is geared toward real quick. Oh, it's just a... Wow, okay, that's why RetroArch stayed. It's just a front end for emulators, game engines, and media players. Okay, if it's just the front end, yeah, of course that's going to stay there. Because it's not even the emulator, it's the front end for to manage a bunch of other emulators. Yeah, why would they go after that? Because theoretically, it's not even necessarily geared toward Nintendo games. I mean, one of the first things on their website, let me go to this first blip on their features page. Wow, it's the new update, so yeah, not even. So, see. I mean, the latest cores is, it mentions Dolphin, Citra, let's see, Citra for Nintendo 3DS, Open Lara for, recreating the Tomb Raider games, huh? But there's already a PC version. I'd be curious as to why they feel they need to do that. Yeah, well, and then a DS emulator, a Game Boy emulator, and okay, so it is a decent amount of Nintendo-related stuff, but the problem is that it is the front end for a bunch of different emulators, and these are just the latest ones, because the one on dot number 6, from what I'm seeing, is for a very, very old home computer setup. So Nintendo wouldn't necessarily have much say over this because it is literally a wrapper over a wrapper. There would be very little that could be done about it by any individual company anyway. Even if you tried to class action lawsuit, it's not like they're the ones developing the emulator. They just happen to be associated with it. So yeah, that one would be very tough in order to actually bring forward and cause problems with.
Let us continue. The Dolphin emulator is a piece of software that emulates games designed exclusively for Nintendo consoles, so the games can be played on other platforms such as Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, such as the Valve Steam Deck.
And that's the
so
kicker.
We can see here that Nintendo was directly concerned with the emulator making its way to the Steam Deck via Steam. Now, the hacky types among you may already know that it is not terribly difficult to install an emulator onto a Linux-based device like a Steam Deck.
Pretty much.
But Nintendo's concern isn't you hacky types. It's giving access to this emulator to the general public, which we can now see more clearly. Moving on, the developer...
That is a fair concern. I did have to go through quite a bit of work in order to play Chrono Cross when I reviewed that for the review channel. So yes, the work required, I suspect, would scare off a decent amount of the normie crowd just on its face. And that was just for PlayStation, let alone how complex the Wii hardware must have been. Although, to be fair, I've heard Dolphin is pretty easy to set up, which may end up backfiring on it given the circumstances, but, well, we'll see. I guess it'll depend on how much code they used and whether that is a big enough chunk that they would legally get in trouble over it. I suppose time will tell.
Developers of the emulator have put up a Coming Soon page on the Steam store with a stated plan to ship the software in Q2 2023. As set forth below, and pay attention to this part very carefully, the Dolphin emulator violates Nintendo's intellectual property rights, including but not limited to its rights under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, Anti-Circumvention and Anti-Trafficking Provisions, 17 U.S.C. Section 1201. We provide this notice to you of your obligation to remove the offering of the Dolphin emulator from the Steam store. So there it is. Nintendo claims that Dolphin violates Nintendo's rights pursuant to the DMCA. You may remember 17 U.S.C. Section 1201 from our discussion just now of the Connectix case, which touched specifically upon the topic of reverse engineering pursuant to 17 U.S.C. Section 1201-F. Nintendo is claiming a broader scope of intellectual property violation that rests upon law which isn't very settled. Reverse engineering is legal as per Connectix, but how legal is distribution of an emulator? Well, that is
going to be the question, because if it's legal to reverse engineer and create it, then how legal would be the distribution? Because in theory, I can make this is another bit of fun software news, software stuff, because in theory, with our old copies of Diablo, our old CDs of it. My father could make as many copies as he wanted, so long as they never left the house, and so long as he never tried to sell them. Thing is, if he did try to sell them, there'd be legal trouble, but we just would burn a couple extra discs so that we could play it via LAN with each other. So, I wonder what the difference would be for emulation specifically, given that it's not a bit of software that you own and play on a system, but rather a system to play other stuff. I wonder what kind of legal distinction would exist there.
Is settled. It's also not Nintendo's chief argument, and we can see in the very next paragraph what Nintendo really intends to argue. And I quote, "The Dolphin emulator is designed solely to play Wii and Nintendo GameCube games. Nintendo owns or exclusively controls copyrights in Wii and Nintendo GameCube games and authorizes third-party licensees who develop thousands more. Nintendo authorizes these games to be played solely on their native consoles to protect..."
That's an interesting way to frame it. So, that is the whole point of console exclusivity, but I wonder how enforceable that is in practice. I mean, clearly it's not all that enforceable in practice because emulation exists, but I do wonder then. Is that something that could reasonably be controlled? Because I wonder how much the ruling in, what was it, Epic Games versus the App Store? Well, Epic Games versus Apple over Fortnite. I wonder how much that ruling would play into something like that. Although, to be fair, that was more a matter of hosting and licensing more so than anything else, but I wonder if it's tangentially related somehow.
Nintendo and its third-party licensees' copyrighted works, Nintendo places certain technological measures on its consoles and games. These include, among others, encryption on Wii and Nintendo GameCube consoles and games that effectively protected against access to and copying of the copyrighted games.
And I think that might be what screws Dolphin over, is that I'm pretty sure every other emulator basically says, "Oi, we're not giving you this piece because otherwise we're going to be slapped down," but I think Dolphin, in its GitHub repository, you can find that bit of code, which, not the smartest move, even if it makes it easier for the normie crowd, or perhaps especially because it makes it easier for the normie crowd.
And inherently, the ability to play those games on an unauthorized console. And so this is very interesting. Nintendo is arguing not that the act of making or reverse engineering an emulator is illegal in their interpretation as per Connectics in 1201F. Nintendo is arguing that Dolphin's behavior is a violation of 1201A, violations regarding circumvention of technological measures. We've seen this kind of language before in the Sega video, when we discussed Sega vs. Accolade, how Sega was the first company to fire a broad shot across the bow of emulation but missed, and in the Nintendo Point Crow video, where we specifically discussed circumvention of technological measures with regards to mods. Sega vs. Accolade is the progenitor, the precedent upon which the Connectics case and large parts of the DMCA are built upon, but it's also case law from 1992, and technology has changed very substantially since then. Let's continue.
Just a bit.
Wii and Nintendo GameCube files, or ROMs, are encrypted using proprietary cryptographic keys. The Dolphin emulator operates by incorporating these cryptographic keys without Nintendo's authorization and decrypting the ROMs at or immediately before runtime. Thus, use of the Dolphin emulator unlawfully circumvents a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under the copyright 17 U.S.C. section 1201A1. So it is just as we predicted. The argument is in fact pursuant to 1201A, which avoids the emulation as legal arguments that emerge from Connectics and 1201F. And the specific issue at hand involves the use of cryptographic keys. In Sega vs. Accolade, Accolade prevailed over Sega in a similar situation. Accolade was reverse engineering Sega cartridges to get around Sega's licensing fees, and Sega didn't like that. Sega implemented a code-based security system known as the TMSS. Accolade was able to reverse engineer that code and utilize it to overcome the security system. The court in the Accolade case touched upon Accolade's circumventing of Sega's security system using reverse engineered code while it was conducting its overall fair use analysis. These are the 4 criteria of fair use. Number 1, what is the nature of the work? Number 2, what is the amount of the copyrighted work used? Number 3, what is the purpose of the use? And number 4, what are the effects of the use on the market for the work? The court in Accolade found that the nature of the work was overwhelmingly original content, that the amount of copyrighted work used, the TMSS code, was very small, a mere 20 to 25 bytes of data compared to the 500,000 to 1.5 million bytes of the full game, that the purpose of the use was limited to reverse engineering, and that the impact on the market was thereby limited.
Also just gonna point out, 1,000,000 bytes. Oh, you mean a megabyte? Put that into perspective. Oh man, technology has come far, hasn't it?
Can you spot the difference, though, between the Accolade case and the Dolphin situation? The court in Accolade was reviewing the entire act of reverse engineering a cartridge to circumvent the TMSS. As, to put it very simply, Sega sued pursuant to the entire act of Accolade making unlicensed but functional cartridges. Let's look at Nintendo's wording very carefully to see the cleverness therein. Yes, Nintendo includes its perspectives on all of emulation when it says that Dolphin is designed solely to play Wii and Nintendo GameCube games, and that Nintendo owns or exclusively controls copyrights in said games. However, the legal basis for the cease and desist is extremely limited in scope. What is the scope? Let's go back and read it again. Wii and Nintendo GameCube game files or ROMs are encrypted using proprietary cryptographic keys. The Dolphin emulator operates by incorporating these cryptographic keys without Nintendo's authorization and decrypting the ROMs at or immediately before runtime. Thus, use of the Dolphin emulator unlawfully circumvents a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under the Copyright Act. Nintendo isn't making the argument that the emulator is an illegal act of reverse engineering. Nintendo is completely circumventing the reverse engineering issue that caused Sega to fail against Accolade, and Sony to fail against Connectix. Nintendo is dodging the 1201F trap. Instead, Nintendo is arguing only that Dolphin's use of the encrypted keys is copyright infringement, not protected by fair use, as the use of these specific encryption keys can only be used for circumventing technological measures that Nintendo has put in place.
So effectively, they're picking their battles extremely carefully. Well, a wise and surprisingly restrained move given the circumstances, but I suppose if they're going to shoot, they don't want to miss, do they?
But wait, there's more. This paragraph continues, stating, distribution of the emulator, whether by the Dolphin developers or other third-party platforms, constitutes unlawful trafficking in a technology that is primarily designed or produced for the purpose of circumventing a technological measure, pursuant to 17 U.S.C. Section 1201A2A. This argument here puts Valve on the hook. If you publish this emulator on Steam, you are trafficking in a technology designed to circumvent a technological measure. In other words, you are distributing our encryption codes, and that's a violation of the DMCA. Let's continue now towards the end of the letter. The technological measures on Nintendo's consoles and games are essential for Nintendo to protect its intellectual property from piracy. When those measures are circumvented, Nintendo and third-party game developers suffer tremendous harm, because, for example, individuals can then use the emulator to play pirated games. Other commercial platforms have recognized these concerns, and as an example, we understand Microsoft recently took various emulators, including Dolphin, off its Xbox store.
Alright, now, but at that point it's a matter of, okay, legally, that's a problem. Ethically, though, re-release your damn games, or make them actually properly accessible. What? I'm trying to remember, I can't remember the exact statistic off of my head, but off the top of my head, but if memory serves, there's the amount of games that are available for purchase now is comparable, well, percentage-wise to, well, if you take the percentage of the number of games that are unavailable for purchase that were commercially available at one point, and compare that to the totality of the industry, it is a number on the same level as silent films. Something ridiculous like that, where something like only 10% of commercial games are even commercially available nowadays. And to be fair, licensing probably has a major part to that, similar to silent films, but at the same time, this is a relatively new medium. Then again, the actual medium itself, the underlying technology has changed a lot, so I suppose it's not the craziest idea in that perspective because of just how much has changed, but at the same time, I'm sat there going, legally, you've got a point. Ethically, I don't think very many people are going to care. So I'd be very curious to see how it plays out in the long term.
In this paragraph, Nintendo corroborates our understanding, but also offers another interesting tidbit, and that is this. There is industry solidarity against emulation. We've seen Sega stumble against Accolade, and Sony stumble against Connectix. At the time, the other developers were interested in the outcomes of these cases, but there was very little cooperation. Now, however, the situation is totally different. Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo might be competitors, but they are all united against emulation. The final paragraph of the letter says this: "We specifically request that Dolphin's coming soon notice be removed and that you ensure the emulator does not release on the Steam store moving forward." Pay close attention to this next sentence. This letter is not intended to be a complete statement of Nintendo's legal position or the relevant facts and law, and nothing contained in this letter is intended to or does constitute a waiver of any rights, claims, remedies, defenses, or positions of my client. The letter ends by noting that Nintendo is happy to discuss in more detail if any questions arise. This letter gives us some hints, as we discussed, about what Nintendo's legal theory might be if the emulator issue is brought to court. Before we close our discussion of the letter, though, let's do something together that you may have never done a single time in your entire life. Let's read the footnotes.
Oh.
Aside from Nintendo arguing that Dolphin's
first of all, I do read the footnotes. How dare you?
Constitutes a violation of the DMCA pursuant to 17 U.S.C. 1201A1. Nintendo also argues that Dolphin violates subparagraphs A2B and A2C, as well as each parallel provision in section 1201B1. This isn't anything too new, but it does show us more of the legal framework being developed here. A2B states that no person shall traffic in any technology that has only a limited commercially significant purpose or use other than to circumvent a technological measure, a definition that an encryption key fits pretty well. And A2C states that no person shall traffic in any technology that is marketed by that person for use in circumventing a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under this title. Remember, Nintendo's scope is limited to the encryption keys here, and as such, this could potentially be a very, very strong argument against Dolphin. But there's one little, tiny, nasty surprise in this letter, and it is in that same footnote. I don't think anyone has really picked up on this yet, but it stood out to me like a flashing red alarm.
Alright, let's see what's so alarming about this.
Nintendo requests that Valve retain backup copies of anything removed, and retain any communications Valve may have received or does receive from the Dolphin developers.
Oh?
See Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 37E.
Hang on a minute. You don't make requests like that unless you intend to bring said request forward in a legal proceeding, do you? Is that where this is going?
Rule 37E. Uh-oh.
Proto Trigger music, nice.
Rule 37E, failure to preserve electronically stored information. If electronically stored information that should have been preserved in the anticipation or conduct of litigation is lost because a party failed to take reasonable steps to preserve it and it cannot be restored or replaced through additional discovery, the court, we can skip the rest. Here comes the bitter pill. You'd only request for a party to retain backup copies pursuant to FRCP 37E if you anticipated legal action of some kind.
Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Yep, the moment I see that, I'm thinking, wait, you're asking them to save copies? I are concerned.
Maybe it's just due diligence.
Uh-huh.
Maybe not. Now, before we move on from the letter, let's summarize that enormous block of legal analysis. We now understand the following. Number 1, that much of the law around emulators is unsettled. Number 2, that the protections that emulators do have are largely limited to reverse engineering. Number 3, that Nintendo issued a cease and desist and not a formal takedown. Number 4, that Nintendo's reasoning behind the cease and desist is designed to not be snared by the reverse engineering protections, is operating in that legal gray area for emulation and has a strong chance of succeeding. And number 5, that Nintendo is making preparations for a potential litigation in some manner. So we've talked about emulators and Dolphin, and we've talked about Nintendo. But there's still one party here whose motives we haven't discussed yet. And that party is Valve.
Alrighty. Really? I gotta show all the meme videos, right?
Valve is a pretty unique company. Whereas Nintendo and Sega and Sony are publicly traded companies, and thus accountable to shareholders, Valve is not. Valve is privately owned, meaning that you cannot freely buy and sell shares of Valve. In fact, it's widely speculated that greater than 50% of the company is owned by a single person, Gabe Newell. I say speculated because we don't actually know, and we don't actually know because Valve is private. But Valve isn't that special, I can hear some of you say. Isn't Epic Games also privately owned and running their own digital distribution platform? Well, yes, Epic isn't publicly traded, and Tim Sweeney allegedly owns greater than 50% of Epic. But
yeah, but Tencent owns a major stake in Epic Games, and that's why I avoid them like the plague.
Unlike Valve, which we speculate is largely owned by its employees, Epic is accountable to outside investors. Epic has gone through at least 12 rounds of funding, raising $6.4 billion in capital from investors like Sony, who owns 5% of the company. And 40% of Epic is also owned by Tencent.
Yes, the Chinese company that is looking to buy the world based on all of the acquisitions they've made. I mean, just off the top of my head, Epic Games, Riot Games, Grinding Gear, Play, however you pronounce it, the guys who make Oxygen Not Included, and a bunch of others like Don't Starve. Just those four alone. And to say nothing of all the other acquisitions and all the other all the other places they've tried to put a hand in the cookie jar. I'd be concerned about that, because at the risk of going beyond my station as a reviewer, there is no such thing as a private Chinese company. That's all I'll say.
So yes, Valve is quite unique in terms of its corporate ownership, but is it also unique in how it does business? In other words, if Valve is majority owned by Gabe Newell, is not accountable to big investors like Tencent, and Gabe Newell has a generally consumer-friendly mentality, can we count on Valve to act in consumer-friendly ways, or even take up the emulation banner and bring the fight to Nintendo as was anticipated by certain commenters?
Not necessarily. That is the danger of the way that Valve is set up. At the moment, people love them because of one reason and one reason alone. Steam works really damn well. And it continues to work really damn well. That's arguably the only reason why anyone likes Valve nowadays. And to be fair, they do make good stuff on occasion, but the way that their corporate structure works, if they didn't have Steam, I suspect they would have gone under a very long time ago. It's honestly ironic when you think of that, because if memory serves, Half-Life 2 was one of the pioneers of games you bought the CD of, but then you had to install an obnoxious launcher and all that fun stuff. But it ended up being the poster child for that, or at least one of the first to do it. But then off the back of that, they created the PC storefront that everybody thinks of when they think PC storefront. Not Microsoft, not GOG, not Epic Games, Steam. And they managed to maintain that simply by continuing to build on it. They added the workshop, they added trading cards to keep people engaged in that. They added all sorts of stuff. They continuously encouraged continuously encourage sales of pretty much everything on their site. There is a reason why people like them. And I'm honestly surprised that it hasn't gone horribly, horribly wrong at some point in the last few years. And honestly, all things being equal, there probably will come a time when they will be just as bad as everybody else. But the thing is, when that happens, I don't know if they can necessarily afford that, because when that happens, there are going to be 1,000,005 companies trying to gobble up that market share. The question is there going to be a lot of latent... I'd be curious to see how much the latent consumer base kicks in, because YouTube, despite bleeding money, is able to survive because, one, Google money, and two, because there's just the built-in audience that exists already, which means even for relatively newer websites like Rumble and Kick, they can attract somewhat of an audience, but it still is absolutely dwarfed by what YouTube has. Even with what Twitch has, with how long that one's been in the game, although Twitch has been on the decline for a while now. I'd be very curious to see how long the inbuilt user base would stick around if Steam truly went belly up and made some very, very stupid decisions over a long period of time. If they went full Activision Blizzard, I would be very curious to see how long Steam would last.
The answer, as we saw in Nintendo's letter, is an unequivocal no. But why? It makes sense for Valve to support Dolphin, doesn't it? Valve surely has a lot to gain from having emulators readily accessible on the Steam Deck, or for use on PCs via Steam.
If they're being offered for free, not necessarily.
emulators ostensibly hurt Valve's competitors. If you're playing a game using an emulator via Steam, you aren't playing a game on your Nintendo Switch. Why did Valve ring the alarm bell for Nintendo if it doesn't appear to have anything to gain? Let's see what Valve itself has to say with regards to the questions above.
What does it have to gain?
2023, Valve issued a statement to The Verge, stating the following, in part, "We don't want to ship an application we know could be taken down because that can be disruptive to Steam users."
There you go.
Given Nintendo's history of taking action against some emulators, we brought this to their attention proactively after the Dolphin team announced it was coming soon to Steam. Based on the letter that we received, Nintendo and the Dolphin team have a clear legal dispute between them, and Valve can't sit in judgment. Let's look at that last sentence again.
Wait, can't sit in judgment? That's a curious way to frame it. Well, why can't?
Valve sees that Nintendo and Dolphin have a legal dispute, and Valve doesn't want to sit in judgment. It wants to be neutral. But Valve has already sat in judgment, right? By number 1, contacting Nintendo, and number 2, taking down Dolphin in compliance with the cease and desist that it all but requested.
Well, yes and no, because if they're just acting as the neutral third party that's just the storefront and they're just operating the same way that YouTube would, or is supposed to work, where, oh, we received a copyright notice, YouTuber sorted out, and if they were just the wholly neutral third party, then not necessarily, but, well, let's see what exactly their involvement is. Although, to be fair, this is a different case where they asked Nintendo directly, saying, hey, is this gonna be okay with you? But we'll see.
What this letter teaches us is that when push comes to shove, Valve will not side with emulation. And if you understand why, it makes complete sense. The reasons why are tied to business ethics and corporate governance. Valve might be Gabe and Gabe might be Valve, but you only get to be a multi-billion-dollar corporation like Valve by making multi-billion-dollar corporation-like decisions. Let me rephrase that. When a corporation is formed, the core, the heart of the corporation is its business purpose. If you own a small indie game developer, your business purpose might be make the best video games ever. But as a corporation grows, inevitably, the business purpose of the corporation will shift to profit maximization. This can sometimes be avoided by smaller corporations, but even with very idealistic leadership, a corporation has certain obligations. Obligations to its clients or consumers, obligations to its employees, obligations to its suppliers or its distributors. And these obligations necessitate growth. Once a corporation grows large enough, it needs to continue to grow in order to meet the obligations that it has, which then causes additional obligations which requires more growth. Gabe is an idealistic man, but he is still a billionaire, and you don't get to be a billionaire without maximizing some profit. Here's the simple mathematics. If you take Dolphin and all of emulation and you put it on one side of a scale, and we call that what is Dolphin worth to Valve, and on the other side of that scale you put Nintendo, and maybe Microsoft, and maybe Sony, and all the other developers, and call that what is Nintendo worth to Valve, the scale falls heavily on the Nintendo side.
I'd be surprised when it comes to Nintendo, though, although potential disruption to their entire ecosystem, that would certainly skew it, although this probably isn't the best way... Well, this probably isn't the best way to describe it, because if it... For the sake of Sony, especially since now they're starting to release their console exclusives onto Steam, albeit years late to the party, there is certainly a direct relationship there where if someone were to try and release a PS1 emulator, or maybe even a PS3 emulator, to be more close to how things are now, if someone tried to release a PS3 emulator through Steam, there's more of an incentive for that to be taken down by Valve because they want to have a good working relationship with Sony to further encourage them to actually put their games on there, especially since, I mean, they put, what was it, the God of War, well, not remake, but God of War 4, I think it technically is, even if it's just called God of War, the first one in Norse mythology. So, if you ever wanted a situation in which you'd see Sony re-release the original God of War games on PC, you wouldn't want to also publicly advertise on your storefront, or have it be publicly advertised on your storefront, hey, here's this PS3 emulator. I'm pretty sure it's PS3, correct me if I'm wrong. But still, you would not want an emulator that could emulate the God of War games on the same storefront as a God of War, well, as a legitimate release. Or a commercial release, I should say, because that could create very mixed messages to a normie crowd. Especially since there's always, well, all sorts of fun had there. So you would want, so for Sony it works, this image works better. For Nintendo, it only really works in the sense that they could be a disruptive force. I feel like there's a better image you could have used. Because Dolphin doesn't help Valve all that much, apart from driving traffic to their storefront. Nintendo can actively hurt them by sending DMCAs and being disruptive.
You see, although Valve doesn't really do any business with Nintendo, it could.
Well, there goes my entire ramble. Good video.
Nintendo's been moving in an increasingly cooperative direction. The passing of Nintendo's developer-led old guard has given way to business-savvy new leadership, and Valve sees that there is a lot of money on the table. It is in Valve's interest to cultivate a positive business relationship with Nintendo in the long term, as it is a massive potential area for growth. Dolphin, on the other hand, being a free emulator and a legal flashpoint, offers almost nothing at all in comparison.
Yep. That is the way to frame it. That is the way to frame it. There goes my entire ramble. Thank you, video, for actually being on point.
There's another factor to consider here, though, regarding why Valve chose to side with Nintendo, or at least chose to side against Dolphin, and that is this. Emulation is an existential threat to the entire video games industry, and it is in the interest of the entire industry to fight against it. What do I mean by this? Consider for a moment what emulation represents, or for that matter, what the free software movement or the open source movement represents. The disconnection of digital property from capital. Remember those "you wouldn't download a car" advertisements? Well, imagine if you could, for free. You'd expect all the car manufacturers to be up in arms about it, right? A world where emulation is legal, ROMs are legal, and video games are open source is just such a situation for companies like Nintendo, Sony, or even Valve. It is no wonder that Valve, with its glorified DRM digital storefront, sides against emulation.
Well, technically the DRM that Steam provides is optional, but never mind that.
However, there is yet another layer to this entire story, and that is the concept of legal brinkmanship. As you may recall, the law surrounding emulation is very flimsy and ill-defined. Emulator makers generally choose to lay low to avoid any negative attention from big companies, like Nintendo. And Nintendo doesn't want to tackle the emulation issue in court only for the court to open the law even further, perhaps granting legality to ROMs, or clarifying a legal gray area to the detriment of Nintendo. And so there has been an uneasy peace. Nintendo still deeply believes that emulators are illegal, and it has every incentive to prove that they are, as does Sega, as does Sony, as does Microsoft, as does Valve. However, nobody wants to push the big red button, because if you do, you may disrupt a status quo that is generally favorable for you. Sure, you could win, but how big of a hole is emulation in your profit margins really?
I've won, but at what cost, exactly?
Emulation is an existential threat, but not a meaningful present danger, and so it can be somewhat ignored. The cost of losing and having the DMCA expanded to include protection for ROMs, perhaps, is enormous, potentially industry-destroying. And
yeah.
So even if the chance of the big corporations losing the legal battle over emulation is slim, they have kept away from pushing the big red button, as the risk is not generally worth the reward.
Yeah, because if it becomes possible to legally distribute ROMs, and with how good, I think, Yuzu and Ryujinx, if I'm pronouncing them correctly, the Switch emulators are, yeah, that's a big red button you really don't want to press.
There have been some close calls, though, where matters regarding emulation were nearly brought to court. Take, for example, and I bet you didn't see this coming, the story of the Soulja Boy console.
Wait, what?
Soulja Boy
That
is
was
a
a thing?
Chicago-based rapper.
I remember that being... Oh, wait. Do I remember being that being a thing? Wait, how did that get involved in emulation? What?
Notable for being off in it, in late 2018, Soulja Boy released a series of video game consoles dubbed the Soulja Game Console and the Soulja Game Handheld, respectively. These consoles were essentially hardware emulators with access to PlayStation, Neo Geo, PC, Sega, and Nintendo games.
I have questions.
The news of these releases was shocking. How on earth did Soulja Boy manage to pull this off? Did he really get permission from Nintendo to make a console like this that mixes Nintendo and PC and PlayStation games? Many people at the time were very skeptical and wondered aloud whether a lawsuit was forthcoming. Soulja Boy replied to that skepticism as follows, and I quote, "For anyone that thinks Nintendo is going to sue me, you're retarded." He continued by stating, "Nothing's going to happen. Everything is legit." But as it turns out, not everything was indeed legit. and Soldier Boy ended up pulling his console due to an impending enormous lawsuit from Nintendo, a lawsuit that could very well have been a push of the big red button. The latest news on the Soldier Boy console alleges the existence of a Soldier Boy game 2.0 of some kind that released in 2023, but information on that is scarce. So where does that leave Dolphin, Nintendo, and the big red button? Well, Dolphin...
Okay, good image for that big red button. That one caught me off guard. Good one.
Broke the unspoken rules of engagement. You keep your head down, we look the other way, and we maintain the status quo. In response, Nintendo has armed the big red button. Now Nintendo has a decision to make. Does it accept that Dolphin is adequately cowed and put away the button? Or does it make an example out of Dolphin and threaten the button to shut Dolphin down, but potentially risk having to push said button to make good on their threat? I think Nintendo and Valve, for that matter, would strongly prefer the former. Dolphin, though, isn't accountable to shareholders, nor beholden to growth, which makes it very unpredictable. I will say this, though. For anyone itching to fight, Nintendo has a very strong, carefully constructed argument, and they've been preparing for this fight for 2 decades now, a fight the emulation community isn't even aware it's fighting.
Yeah, and that's the thing, with how long Dolphin has been around, it would not surprise me if whoever is involved with that, spearheading it, what have you, would fight tooth and nail for self-preservation, because 20 years of work, that's longer than some of you watching have literally been alive. They were going to fight tooth and nail to keep it alive if the big red button actually gets pressed, and there are going to be some very interesting ramifications if it goes forward. So, if the big red button is pushed, it is going to, well, if the threat of the big red button being pushed happens, wow. I'll be very curious to see what happens. Will they go full bore and say, no, back the hell off entirely? Or will they relent? That would be the question. What would matter more? Take the loss in the moment? Well, what would be smarter, tactically speaking? Take the loss in the moment and be careful how you advertise in future, or compel them to push the big red button and hope for the best? That would be... Oh, that's a tricky situation.
If Dolphin chooses to escalate and the button is pushed, it may very well mean the end of emulation. So think carefully and choose wisely. The law surrounding emulation is balanced on a very precarious cliff, and the industry is waiting with open jaws below for the final push to happen. The big red nuclear lawsuit button is on the table and the glass has been lifted. Nintendo has made it clear to us all that they are ready to go all the way. Valve has also made it abundantly clear that they are not willing to step up to the bat for Dolphin. Quite the opposite. They're tacitly on Team Nintendo, as is the rest of the industry. A return to the status quo antebellum may be in the interest of both sides here. Dolphin can chug quietly along, trying not to make too much of a splash, and Nintendo can put away the button and turn its focus towards other more pressing matters,
power of money for
like
this
Soldier
again.
Boy. The community that has sprung up around emulation is truly remarkable. Like a little patch of pristine meadowland in a sea of industry gray, protected by the thinnest little bubble of law. The question remains, do we try to expand the meadow through the asphalt? Or do we focus on preserving our precious, endangered sanctuary? The choice, ultimately, is up to you. I've been your host, Mooney, and thank you for tuning in to Moon Channel.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difficult part if emulation does go away, because that's something I've wondered about as I've been, thinking about making games myself, because I've got a couple of ideas that I want to try and do eventually, and I'm trying to learn how to draw to at least get my foot in the door as a solo dev, so that I can be more confident to at least get concept art. And that's something that I've wondered about, is just making it last. Because, as mentioned earlier, with how much technology changes, there's definitely a degree to which, well, a lot can end up being lost. And there's all this stuff that can only be played through an emulator because it's just not commercially available. All sorts of stuff that's effectively dubbed abandonware because, well, either the rights holder is unaware of it, doesn't believe it's worth re-releasing, and for some of them probably not, but at the same time, it is still history. And is it something that we need to worry about. We just treat it like a book out of print and just don't think about it. But at the same time, it's a little more complicated than that because it's not like you can just find a PDF. Or, well, technically that's piracy too, but it's not as if you can just scour the work. Well, not as if you can't just throw it into the printer and eventually make more if there truly is demand for it. Because the problem with video games is that it also requires a degree to which it works with another system. So, that's going to create some very interesting gray areas in the years to come.
Yeah,
I suppose time will tell.
My opinion
Time
on
will
the,
tell. For now, according to OBS, we have been here for 4 hours. So, quite the variety night, huh?
Yep.
Definitely covered more ground than I expected. Yeah, maybe.
Now you can see why I wanted you to see this video.
Sorry, I had taken my headset off. What were you saying?
Now you can see why I wanted you to see this video.
Yes, I'm glad I watched it on stream. Thank you for the suggestion. So,
yeah, it's like this channel is like really good. He covers a lot of. He's covered the Point Crow is basically around the whole. He made a Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod, and that's a no-no. He advertised it saying he paid $10,000 for it. There's the Greg Bowser case, the Nintendo, why there is, the Sega video, the why Mother 3 will not get localized.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
always something.
Yeah. It's actually, this is a really good channel for like videos that covers law. Which honestly, I do think this was needed, a video that covers the explains how the law works in like video game sense to people who normally wouldn't understand this, like but better understand why companies do this. Sorry, I'll be quieter.
Well, we're almost concluded, so we can call it here then. So,
I'll see you tomorrow on the Xenoblade stream.
Yep, see you then. Alrighty, so that's that scene 2. Alright, I guess I'll go ahead and end the stream here. So, if you are watching this live, tomorrow we begin a Xenoblade playthrough. Well, Xenoblade 2. I'll be doing it for the next couple of Sundays, and then it'll be an infrequent Wednesday slot. I won't be able to do it this upcoming Wednesday because I've got a video that needs to be finished, and I'm planning on using the next 3 days to go through the polish phase and making sure that everything's all good to go for it, in anticipation of Baldur's Gate 3 releasing. And then the week after, I'm definitely not going to be streaming Xenoblade on the Wednesday because, well, I'm going to need to move my schedule around because my main thing different about, well, not next week, but the week after, is going to be, well, depending on your time zone, well, August 3rd, the release of Baldur's Gate 3. I will be streaming on the review channel for a change. I used to do review streams there more frequently when when Halo the Master Chief Collection was releasing, and occasionally did it for other stuff as well, but still. I remember doing it for Fire Emblem 3 Houses as well back then. That was fun. Either way, with that in mind, that's what we have to look forward to tomorrow. That's what we have to look forward to the next couple of weeks. So, Sunday streams for the next couple of weeks, infrequent Wednesday after that for Xenoblade 2. Now, with that in mind, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all later.